business partner, Howard. Howard, shall I give you give a round of applause for Howard?
For me? Thank you very much. It feels like I should start singing or something.
Okay, so I'll just kind of wing this then. So we are Creative Entrepreneurship in Music Workshop. This is our first workshop. Is it our first workshop in
We seem to have,
this format?
in real life, it doesn't feel like we've done one with TheWrd before. I've done this countless times in different scenarios, but not in this particular sort of format, and with using this tech, using this sort of philosophy.
Yeah. I just want to, before we move on, I just want to
put the microphone to your face.
It's not. Oh, it is working. Thank you. Very good. Excellent. I just want to give a big shout out to Help Musicians, and these guys are in the room. So Caroline and Nikki, big up for helping out here. They've been supporting us with some funding and other kinds of support for our pilots and for our research. So it's really great. Help Musicians. Hopefully, we'll try and convince them to come up and say a couple of words throughout the day, and you'll get to know what they do. Amazing, amazing organization. You should check it out. Okay, cool. And yes, big up to Pirate. Thank you, Dan, everybody, for making this happen. It's a really brilliant space, and it's a brilliant organization. Yes, we've got some really great people coming along who've got super, super fancy studios, but we're not just about the super, super fancy things. We're about opening access. So we need, coming to Pirate might just be your first studio experience, right, around the country. They're doing brilliant work to open access. So we need to be bringing everybody into the music industry.
Indeed. I'm going to give a very quick example of that kind of way of thinking. I remember watching Paul when we were on our pilot, answering a question to somebody, Paul Epworth, who you will meet this afternoon, and somebody wanted to ask a technical question about how do you go about setting up your workstation to sort of start making beats, and he, without a hesitation, just said, first bass drum, first snare drum. Don't spend forever trying to find different sounds when you're actually writing. Just go with the first one. You can fix all that later, and so you only need GarageBand to do that, or you only need GarageBand to do that. Okay, so this is us. We need to get through an awful lot of material today. So some bits we might have to fly through, and some bits we will need to sort of focus on a little bit. So this is the least important. I trust that you trust us, that we know what we're talking about, and that we've done a bunch of stuff. We'll introduce ourselves really quick. I'm Howard. I'm started as a drummer, still am a drummer, became a promoter, event manager, booking agent, educator. Education was at one time my side hustle. This is me doing side hustle. But now it's my kind of main hustle. It's just using everything that we know. But it's very important that today we're going to talk about the creative industries as a whole, whether you like it or not, whether you've even considered it. You're part of that. So you're part of the creative industries. That was a realization that I made. Somebody had to pretty much tell me at some point after I had been organizing a load of punk rock shows. That was, right. And then I ended up working for the Arts Council and yada, yada, yada. But they're all very much connected. And it's really crucial that you go away, for me, that you go away with an idea that, in fact, you can help a lot of other people in the creative industries, and they can help you. And here's Ian.
Cool. And Howard is also our Chief Education and Learning Officer at TheWrd. He oversees all our education delivery, and it's brilliant to be working with Howard. He knows everybody. I don't know, in live, I mentioned this little, venue in, Bangor, Northern Ireland. He goes, oh yeah, is Sarah still doing the stuff? And I was like, how do you know these people? He's super well connected. Okay, so I'm Ian Mack. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of TheWrd. I had this idea a good few years ago on how we can open access. I'm from Barnsley in Rotherham, and I started out pretty, with less than zero in terms of money. My family is super, super poor. And we didn't have any opportunities. We didn't have anything where we were. So it's really close to our hearts to open access, because there's brilliant talent all over the world, all over the country. We just need to create systems where we can all get out there and let our voices be heard. So that's what TheWrd's about. And I'm also a talent development specialist. So I look at talent development, which you'll see throughout today, not just in A&R, like, record labels or publishing companies or management companies, but as a science. We look at it as a science. So hopefully I'll be able to drop a bit of science today. Bear with me, I'm a bit of a geek, a bit of a nerd, so I like to do a bit of sciencey stuff. But hopefully you'll get it and it'll be relevant to you. Cool, let's kick it off. The workshop aims. You got pens, you got pads, you got stuff? Right, awesome. Right, straight back to class, isn't it? So really keep it simple. The workshop aims for the entire day is these three things. To change one habit, just keep it really, really simple. One habit you want to change to improve your life. One habit. Don't try to go for 10. Just pick one that's going to change your life and make a big improvement. 2, we want you to identify areas in the music industry you want to work in. Things you might not have considered, right? If you are, whatever job you've got, yeah, whatever you, closer? Oh, I've got to go closer.
This is a singer.
Okay. Yeah, it's because I've got a loud voice that I'm normally. Okay, and the third thing we would like you to try to do today is identify somebody to work with. Importantly, people in the room today, not just the panelists. Everybody say, oh, I want to know the panelists. Around you here, these are your connections, right? Make friends with people that you don't know that have got different skills to you, right? And everybody comes up with each other. Howard and I have been in this game for years. I signed to Warner as a songwriter and an artist when I was 17 and 18. And I've been in this game for 30 years. And we're just lucky now that all of our friends have also been around for a while and they're now at high positions, right? So we can reach out to them and say, hey, we're doing this thing, can you help? And that's why we've got the entire industry supporting TheWrd. So you've got to come up with your friends, right? Make friends, and you all come up together, you all help each other come up. All right, cool. Howard, do you want to introduce the creative industries and music?
Yeah, like I said, music is one of the creative industries. There are many people in music who do and like to separate it from the rest, but I'm one who likes to position it within the creative industries. So there are many reports that UK music will produce PRS, etc., which will basically make the case for the economic value of music. What you might even be under some pressure from your nearest and dearest. Oh, you're going to try and be doing something in music. That's really difficult, and that's not really valuable. Well, you can hit them back with some figures. It's 10.6 billion, is that?
Yeah.
Of course it is. Music and arts brings in to the UK economy. As you might notice, gaming actually is twice the size, 3 times, 4 times. It's actually bigger than both film, music, movies, and music. So these are places that when you've made your music, you might want to be able to work with people who are making games, who are making movies, who are doing different things within the creative industries. This is my point. I think that this is why we need to know all these people. If you want to move on. This is a little anecdote again. It was the Arts Council one. I was doing these shows. I was putting on gigs in sticky floor venues, dark boxes, not super nice ones. And somebody came to one who was working at the Arts Council. I said, oh, you should speak to us about what you do. What you do is important. And of course I thought that it was important, but I hadn't been looking at it in that way. And I wasn't like an idiot. I already had a degree, I think. But I was just doing this thing almost instinctively, because it's a calling. And then I stood back and started to look at what it was I was doing. And ultimately I ended up getting some support from the Arts Council for a tour, which was great. An American artist and a French artist and a British artist, I put them together. So you start to look at things in a way which is a little bit less obvious, and you start doing interesting things for different reasons. And so the driver behind that can actually change, but it's still you doing your creative stuff, which is great.
Jobs. How many jobs in the creative industries?
There are a ton of jobs. A ton, 2.1 million in total. I'm very keen. There is one of the stats on one of these slides talks about how many full-time jobs. Is it the next slide?
Yeah, that's the next slide. So
but I'm very keen also to talk about full-time jobs that are supported by the creative industries, but the music industry, but also lots of part-time jobs, lots of event management jobs, lots of people working at festivals, lots of people setting up as freelancers. I suspect and expect that a lot of you will end up doing that. There's a lot more support for that kind of work these days.
Just to recap, 115.9 billion pounds to the UK GVA, creative industries. It's a huge business. So as Howard was alluding to, when you hear about there's no proper jobs in the creative industries, just be aware of that. You want to be a lawyer, you want to be an accountant, you want to be a manager, you want to be any of these. Most jobs are proper jobs, right? What they're saying is perhaps there's only one Adele. We know that. There's only one Stormzy, there's only one Dave. We get that. But most of these jobs are behind the scenes. Most of these jobs are the business side of things. That's why we teach the business behind music, not just about being on stage, right? But even if you want to be in the limelight, you've still got to know the business behind music. Okay, cool. So let's break down music industry. 5.8 billion in particular. And this is what you were talking about, Howard.
Exactly. Nearly 200,000 full-time jobs. And those are, there are not nearly 200,000 performers. These are the teams behind that talent. And the people behind the talent are often very, very talented artists themselves. Often people, the statistics would say that perhaps one or two of the people in this room might go on to superstardom. But that doesn't mean that all of you can't end up working on really amazing projects, your own projects, other people's projects, and actually carving out a career for yourselves using your creativity. You have a question?
Yes.
So what is the average income for people who work full-time in music?
Oh, do you know what? I probably don't know the answer to that. We'll come back to you on that question. I'd like to know the average income. I don't know. Yeah, I think I would have a guess that it's the same distribution as many organizations, right? And sectors. So for example, our top executives that are running the major record labels, they are making a crazy amount of money, right? And the top songwriters, the Ed Sheerans of this world, right? They make a serious amount of money. But it's not just from the songwriting, there's lots of income streams. But I think that if we look at the bell curve, I would suspect that it's the same, your entry-level internships, I believe at a major is around the 18,000 mark, and then you've got all the way through to that. So I think it's probably, I would hazard a guess that it's roughly the same as other industries, but we'll get back to you there.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Ian says that an entry-level job, about 18 to 20 grand in a major label.
As an internship.
As an intern.
Yeah.
Work for yourself for a few years and realize how difficult it is to turn a profit of £18,000 for your own company. Yeah. This is not an easy thing to do. So, I suspect it's one of those classic things. It's discussed by Hesmond House, who's a big writer on the creative industries. It's like sport and culture. There's a huge amount of people who want to work in those industries and be successful in those industries. So to bring it down to pure sort of terminology, it's the supply chain. And then because there are so many people in the supply chain, it pushes the cost down. But the rewards on the other side, if you really become super successful, are massive. So in fact, because there's billions of you who want to be superstars, billions of us, because I still have a hope.
I don't. I'm gone.
Ian signed to Warner at 17, though, so he's already done his
bit. But that's the point, though, Howard. I'm now CEO of this company, and I'm enjoying it. And this is the way I express my creativity today. I expressed it through lyrics and song back in the day, but I do it this way now. And anything that I can do that allows me to express who I am creatively, I'm all good with that. And so it just changes my output changes, but who I am and what I want to do doesn't really. Right, let's move on. Going to break down the creative industries. These are the different sectors, Howard.
Different sectors, different people within them. There are. Is this according? This is according to the amount of people that are in them.
Yeah, this is the size according to the amount of people in these sectors. Let's.
You might start recognizing yourself that, oh, that's me a little bit. Oh, maybe I've done a little bit of that. And sometimes you need telling, because sometimes you've been instinctively doing a bunch of these things, and in fact, then you realize that you've been doing these things in these particular areas.
So, is this one of you, or a couple of these jobs, right? Do you fancy doing something in life? So maybe you've been an event promoter. Are you promoting your own events or other events as well? So if you are, you're dabbling in these areas, right? You might actually be turning profits. I don't want to assume. Some of you might be turning profit in these areas as well. You've got sales, we've got record labels, we've got management, and we've got publishing in the bottom. If we look at the number of the split of the different areas, obviously the creators, they're the most people making the content, making the products. Live, retail, records, 5.4K, managers and representatives, like people like Help Musicians, the Ivors Academy, PRS, these are all trade bodies that look after your rights and help you, develop your talents from in various ways. And then we've got publishing in the bottom, 1.4 thousand people in publishing. Okay, quick. Creators take the lion's share or generate the lion's share of the revenue. And then live, it's a big game. And then we've got retail, records, managers, and publishing down at the bottom. So the lowest one of this here actually is the managers. They do take a lot, but it's where this revenue is generated from. They're taking a share of this, remember. All right, cool. That's the creative industries. That's the music industry broken down in figures. Today we're going to talk about talent. Can anybody give me a description of talent? How would you describe talent?
Do we need the whiteboard here?
No, I think we're all right.
Okay.
Does anybody put your hands up if you could describe talent? Yes. Yes, a creative form of expression. What else? Anybody else? How would you define talent?
I would say it's just you have some type of innate natural advantage over other people. Whatever it is, if you have a natural talent towards, let's say, more athleticism, you are just on the higher end of the bell curve.
Interesting. Yeah.
We need to repeat these for the mic, for the stream. So that was, you have a higher kind of ability, which puts you above other folk.
I wouldn't say ability, because ability needs to be trained.
Mm-hmm.
You need to put in the 10,000 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say you just have, if you have a talent or something, it's more like you're a faster learner than the average person. It's like everyone probably has talents in different ways. But if you're talented and you put in the 10,000, hours,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna have some type of advantage over the other people.
Great. Okay, I got that one. Yeah. So
I'm gonna start handing people the mic.
yeah, we're going to have to. Can we get? Is there a chance we can get it later?
There is
Could we
one.
pass this mic around for the people, and then we can? Okay. So, can we go to this guy here? Next one. Yeah. Cool. It's great with all these leads, isn't it? It just makes it so much easier.
Yeah, I was going to elaborate on the previous point. For me, talent is someone who has developed a skill enough to differentiate kind of in the value that they offer, and hence it's got value behind it. So talent is actually, innate natural ability, but it's the mastery of a particular quality.
Cool. Anybody else? Anybody? Yes. Yeah.
I was about to say what she said about the ability to actually, I think personally, is the ability to learn.
Cool.
Because it comes from passion. So talent is skill, but it's your passion there. It's like it opens your doors to learn whatever you want to learn about. And usually it's a craft. Talent is a craft for me.
Very good. Okay, cool. So, just for a little bit of history, quick. So, talent is actually steeped, the term talent is steeped in biblical origins. Actually, back in the day, it was a valuable coin. It was a coin. It was like a pound. There was one talent. And it was used across the Middle East quite widely. And it goes back to there's a parable of the talents in Matthew 25, and Jesus talks about a story about a landowner going away on a long journey and giving 3 talents to stewards of the land, and said, "I'm going to go away from them. Use these talents as you will." And then when on the return, he asked the stewards, "What did you do with these talents?" And the first 2 stewards said they put them to good use and they doubled their talents. And they handed back 2 talents. And the third person had actually was scared of losing the talent, and so just hid it in a place to preserve it. And the parable is that Jesus said that the landowner scolded this steward for saying, "You just tried to preserve rather than developing and making the best of your talents." And so that comes from way back in the day, thousands of years ago. But it's kind of resonates with what we think now. I know the world has become a much more secular place, but it still resonates, doesn't it? Us trying to develop our talents, and there's sort of
yeah. I really like that one. A couple come to mind, and I realize every time something comes to mind, then we add time to the thing. So I'm going to try and do this quickly. But 2 of the things. One is if you have a child who is showing real promise in tennis, and he's really struggling with mathematics, what do you do? Do you hire a tennis coach or a maths tutor?
Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it?
And I want to steer us away from the. It wasn't suggested, but there was the beginning of a suggestionette that you've either got something or you haven't.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can and you do. And I didn't watch Carlos Alcaraz last night and TFO, but I wish I had. But there's no question that those 2 are incredibly talented, but they just work so hard. And this goes back to Einstein, 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration.
So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about talent as a science. So how do we develop our talents? Right, we'll look at 3 things. From a science perspective, we develop our talents by developing ourselves, so our lifestyles, our habits. We also develop our talents by developing our smarts, leveling up our knowledge and skills about the domain we're trying to advance. If you guys want to push music, you've got to learn the language of music in order to understand how to develop it and push it and advance it. So you've got to level up your skills and your knowledge. And then thirdly, we need to develop our opportunities. And in particular, we need to develop our recognition from the field we're trying to advance, right? If you want to be known as somebody that has pushed music forward, which I guess all of us want to do in this room, we want to do something to push creativity forward, then we need to be recognized for that. It's like, if a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? In the same way, if we do something that is advancing the industry, if the industry doesn't recognize that, how will we know? Right? So it's really important that we make connections, we build our opportunities, and people see the great things that we're doing and recognize it. Like Dan from Pirate saying, we're really proud to be working with TheWrd and the Ivors Academy. In a sense, they're recognizing the work that we do. And that's one of the reasons we're here today, because people recognize the great stuff we do. So these are the 3 things, and we're going to start off with Level Up Yourself. So this is the first start of the workshop. All that was the introduction. Wow, we really need to move on. Yeah, okay, cool. So the aim of the game in this first section, write it down, change 1 habit to improve your life. That's what we're going to do. Change 1 habit to improve your life. Okay. A book you should perhaps engage with. I'm going to show you the principles. We're going to chat through the principles. But essentially, Dr. Hendricks talks about that the goal in life is not to attain some imaginary ideal, some of that, that Instagram best life. We just put all our best life on Instagram. This is about authentic talent development. This is about finding and fully using our gifts, like you were talking about, those natural gifts, but how do we build on those? How do we put the effort in? How do we focus our energies in the right area? So here's the idea. Hendricks tells us that this is the theory, right? And this is one we're going to put to the test. That all the activities we do are in 4 zones, right? And these are the zone of incompetence, activities you're not very good at, yeah? Football, for one, for me, right? DIY, never trust a shelf I put up. The zone of competence, activities you can do that other people can do just as well. Sleeping, for me. Okay, I can sleep. Other people can do it just as well, right? So I would say that's incompetence. Zone of excellence, activities you are very good at. Most people live their lives in the zone of excellence. This is the stuff you get paid for. You know, you do your job. You get paid for doing that job because you're excellent at doing that job. However, there's a step further that we're looking for. And this is the zone of genius. It's difficult to even suggest that you would call yourself, I would call myself a genius in something that's a little bit, it makes me a bit tense saying that, but just roll with it, just go with it. These are the activities that draw on your natural abilities, like you mentioned earlier. What are the things that draw on your natural gifts? But the activities you do that draw on those, right? Some people might be cognitively sharper. Some people might be more athletic. Somebody might just get numbers or colors or music, right? And these are the things that they just get. We're talking about what activities draw on those things that you just get, okay? That's what we're looking for. Now, there's a second part to this. So Ken Robinson, who sadly died a couple of years ago, he went further than Hendricks. And he said it's fine doing these things that you are, let's say the idea is that you spend a lot of your time up here. That's the idea, right? We try to do things in the zone of excellence, zone of genius. But Robinson suggests that even if you identify those things, it's important that you actually love doing those things as well. Otherwise, you're just spending your life doing something that naturally draws on your gift that you don't like. Now, I personally am not going to spend my years doing that, right? And I try to spend doing my life. I love doing this, right? So this is why I'm here on Saturdays. I'd be here on Sundays because I actually love doing this, right? Okay, so this is what we're thinking. We're looking for activities that you love doing. So let's say your passions, right? That you could do. Let's say you could do all day, 16 hours. You'd be absolutely physically exhausted, but you'd be emotionally lifted. You know, you're excited about doing it. That's one thing. And also that draw on your natural gifts. We're looking for the activities in the middle. And they're the things that we would say that when you find and you're doing those things, that you're in your element. We're looking for those activities. Okay? Cool. Ready to find one? Yeah? Okay. Can you think of one? Just try to think of one. In your head. You don't need to share it out, but just try and think of something that... Have you got one?
Less scrolling around on the internet.
Less scrolling around on the internet. No, is that one of the things that you want to change?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. One of the things that you want to change. Okay, cool. That's a good one. Yeah. Less scrolling around on the internet. Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? Scroll. I really need to be doing all that other stuff. Scroll.
I mean, everybody on your phones, I know you're busily taking notes.
No, you probably are. But okay, right then. Here's the activity. Write it down in your book. See if you can go with me on this one, right? What I first would like you to do, don't worry about this section here. Just sort of strip down on your page, and I just want you to list all the activities that you do in a typical week, starting with sleeping, right? Everybody sleeps, right? Write them down.
Even being on a bus? Or
traveling.
Walking to the shop?
Just write them down.
Also the bad ones?
Everything you do. Everything
Be
you
honest.
do. Now, we're going to get into good, bad, whatever in a second. You just got to try and write down all the things you do. So, socializing, meeting friends.
Does anybody need paper?
Yeah, anything. Yeah, so that could be.
Does anybody need paper and a pen?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, we'll pass
Leia's
out
got
some pens and papers and stuff. Right. Okay. Eating, tidying your place, clothes shopping, making music, making beats, doing whatever you do for work. Outside of that, just write the things down. Write the things down. Yeah. In a typical week, going to the gym, exercising. Anything else? Like I said at the beginning, I'm a bit of a geek, a bit of a nerd, so I love spreadsheets. Can you believe that? Yeah, I do that for fun. So I might be doing some mad, crazy Excel thing. I used to be a publisher as well. You got to love spreadsheets and music publishers. Yeah. Okay. Howard doesn't like spreadsheets, do you, Matt? No. Okay. So write down your things. Write down your things. Okay. There's method in our madness, folks. Right then. Let's say you've done that, or you're nearly there. Now I would like you to just put next to it an I for incompetent. Go down your list and put, are you really bad at doing it? Put an I for incompetent. Are you okay at doing it? Put a C for competent. Are you very good at doing it? E for excellent. Are you just a genius at it? A G for genius. Does it draw on your natural gifts? Like, for example, lyrics, right? Some people can just write lyrics and it just comes out like breathing, right? I would say put that down as a genius skill. You just get it. Jimi Hendrix just got the guitar, right? People just get color, aesthetics, whatever it is. Do you just get it?
What was the letter for being okay at it?
Competent. So the 4 zones: incompetent, not very good; competent, okay; excellent, genius. Yeah?
What are you good at, Ian?
I am good at spreadsheets. Very good at spreadsheets.
I'd say
I can spreadsheet anything in your life. I can put that into a spreadsheet. Hence this. Yeah, anything. I can quantify it, I think.
How does it work if it's a bad activity and genius in it?
Yeah, we're going to show you that.
You have to put it down.
I've got it in a spreadsheet. Here it comes.
We'll keep it clean, everyone, by the way.
Right, next bit. In a typical week, I just want you to write down roughly the number of hours next to each activity. So if you sleep, how many average, Howard, how much do you sleep a night, average?
Not enough. Between 6 and 7
There we
hours,
go.
something
So
like
he's going to put 49, right?
It's not enough,
7
is it?
times 7, 49.
That's why
goes
we're
here.
so upset. That's why we're so unhappy in our lives. Yeah, generally.
Right, just put on average. It doesn't matter, just average stuff. Right, I know the brain's like, what? Are you crazy? Just put average stuff.
The thing I've noticed since moving recently is I spend a lot of time on trains.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get to that in a second. Hold that thought. Yeah? Go through your activities. How many hours a week, roughly, do you spend doing it? Remember what the aim is. We're just going to change one thing in our lives. That's all we're going to do, right? This is a way to identify that one thing, what it is. Okay, how are we doing? Are we good? Are we nearly there? Who needs a few minutes? Let's give them a few minutes. And anybody on the live stream as well, you guys can be doing this as well, right? So just write it down. Activities, the zone, and then how many hours on average do you do it per week? Okay, while you're finishing that off, just move on. You can finish off while you listen. The next bit is we've got to identify how we feel about those activities. Do we love them? If we do, you can put a heart next to it. You're not bothered about it. You don't hate it. You don't love it. You just put like a little line, like a straight line or whatever thing you want to do. And if you don't like it, I hate it, you put a cross. Yeah? I've obviously color-coded it because I'm a bit like that. Yeah?
Is it what you actually
What?
genuinely
Yeah,
love,
it's
or
your
what you
feeling.
know you should
No.
love, what you
I
know
think
you should hate?
I think you might be
You're answering your own question there, aren't you?
Yeah, I think you just got to keep it simple. What
The
do you
question
feel?
was, is it something you love or you think you should love?
Or applicable to, is it something that you know you should hate? While doing it, it's obvious.
Oh wow, you're just you're
You're writing
you're
a
freaking me
song
out right
here.
now. Okay.
Like social media, you know
But-
that it's bad, but while you do it, you
Okay.
get a dopamine rush. That's why you're addicted.
Okay. So all right. Okay. I'm just going to simplify this. I'm going to be like a politician. I'm going to go back to the question. Can you just write down if you love it, or if you feel you love it, or if you think you love it, or whatever you want to do? But if you love it, if you don't mind it, or if you don't like it. Let's keep it simple, peeps. Yeah?
We should have put like a counselling room
Yeah.
for when people discover themselves.
No, look, I've had that in this room. People go, oh, look, I go, oh my gosh. Yeah. All right. We nearly there? Yeah? Okay. By the way, this is the hardest thing out the entire day, just to let you know. Okay. If I look at this person on the board, this is just an imaginary person. This is not me. It's not anybody, right? It's just an imaginary person. If I'm looking here, I've got to think about the things this person should continue doing. We're looking for the things that draw on their natural gifts that they love doing, right? That's one thing we're definitely looking for. So this person loves sociological study. I wrote it in one of my academic moments, yeah? What we might want to do is have a look at this one here, coding. This person actually draws on their genius skill. They spend 20 hours, that's a half a working week, but they actually hate doing it, right? Now, this is a consideration. Do we want to do that? I know things in life, sometimes we've got to do stuff to pay the bills, right? There's some stuff we've got to do that we've just got to do, and I get that. But what I'm trying to do today, what we're trying to do is just so you identify and you understand it. Then by changing one thing can actually have a ripple effect, right? If you realize, like Howard said, you spend a lot of time on traveling. What do you do when you're traveling? Could you put that time to better use, for example?
I could, and I am trying to. I do enjoy on a train looking out the window.
There's some good thing in that. There's something good in that, though, right?
There is. Because that's creativity. That's.
Yeah.
I remember talking to a really great drum teacher one time when I said that sometimes I practice and I just don't have. I'm not doing any exercises or anything. It's just that's how you jam and work your creativity. So maybe I'm just thinking, but I've been starting to use it to do at least emails or actually reading. There's a lot of my work I have to read an awful lot, and so this is a great time to do that.
Okay, so thanks, Howard. So anybody want to share? Is anybody looking at your books now? Can you see anything up in this area? Excellent. Put your hands up if you've got a genius. Be brave. Put your hands up if you've got a genius. But yes, dude, what's your one? Yeah. Can we get Leia? Can we get a mic? Your genius skill.
My genius skill will probably be writing, so like writing music, editing, because I also do editing commissions as well. And
what kind of editing?
So I do like asset editing for Universal every once in a while.
Brilliant.
As a commission. Yeah. And then DJ.
Great. And which out of those do you love? Like, I love that.
Probably writing.
So, writing.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right then. And now just sticking with it, what's your name, sorry?
Neeks.
Neat.
Yeah.
And out of those, which are the things that you spend a lot of time doing that you actually don't like doing, that might be up in this area, perhaps? Is there anything that you don't like doing?
Not particularly, but I'd say the least out of all of those would probably be the editing.
I wasn't talking about those, actually.
Oh.
So is there anything else? Is there anything else, perhaps, that you love doing that you don't do enough of? You can look at how many hours you spend. Like if Howard's talking about traveling, he's got to travel. He might not love traveling. Oh, okay, but is there anything that we can reposition our energies? You know, so could you be doing less of something and a bit more of these things that you really love doing? Yeah. And that you are good at, that you are really actually genius at?
Yeah.
So what thing could you change? Have a look. You see what we're doing? Have a look at your list. Find things that you could swap over, that you go, you know what? I don't like doing that, and I kind of don't need to do that. I could swap that energy into something I love that I'm good at. And now let me give you one example. So my daughter, she's dyslexic. And she didn't get diagnosed till she was dyslexic, till I had this conversation with her, and she did this. She had just finished her A-levels, and she was really struggling to retain all the information. And so I was talking to her, I said, so what are you worried about? She said, I'm really worried that I'm not going to pass my exams, etc., etc. We dug into it a little bit, and we found out that she was dyslexic. Right? And she wasn't diagnosed as it. And so she wasn't given that extra time at college to do the exams and stuff. But I also said, let's look at what you do. We did this process. We found out that she spends a lot of time traveling to college, loves reading, but only does 4 hours a week. And then we also found out that she spends 20 hours on Netflix. Yeah. So I said, how are you spending so much time on Netflix? She says, I download movies and watch them when I'm traveling. I was like, okay. So all she did, and she spends 10 hours a week traveling, all she did was start reading rather than watching movies while she was traveling. So it reduced her Netflix up to reading, which she loves doing, and she did pass her exams, and she did she's got the university thing. Big up, Freya. I'm just saying, she might be watching this. Well done, Freya. Well done, babe. Love you. Yeah, so it's just that little, your little twist. All she did was change one thing. That was, I'm going to read while I'm traveling rather than watching Netflix. All of a sudden, the impact of that is quite profound, right? So have a look at your things. Has anybody got anything that they could switch up? And that is what you're trying to do. Which habit will you change to improve your life? Have a look at one. Try and land on one now. Just try and write it down. You can come back to it, but just try to land on something now.
Talk to the person next to you for
Yeah, if you can try and yeah.
Talk to the person next to you for a moment, if you like.
Yeah, you go. To just track through. So just, you've got to stop them. Just get through it.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's 10.
How's it going? Do you get anything? Yeah, it's a good way of just pinpointing.
Okay.
All right, peeps.
Okay, people. It'd be great to hear from one or two of you who are very confident and happy to share.
Somebody right at the back.
Right at the back,
Leia.
So basically, I think I'm a genius overthinker, and I would rather be.
I don't like what you did there.
Yeah, no, but I would much rather become a strategic thinker than an overthinker. So yeah, that's something I would change, like swap around maybe.
Great. So you're going to spend time strategically thinking and not sort of putting yourself into a hole of overthinking stuff and not doing anything.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
I'm
That's
with
what I
you.
want to do.
Oh, do you know what? I feel you. Yeah.
Thank
It's my gosh. Anybody else? Yeah.
I think my sleep habits, I get roughly 28 hours of sleep a week. Not by choice. Like my most creative hours or times are like super late, early mornings. So that's when most of the lyrics and music and everything pops in my head. And then I have a child. And so I'm most of the day and like being a parent. So I only have this time space to create. And that doesn't allow me to get a lot of sleep. But I function. But I'm trying to be better.
So how are you going to, how could we just for a second, how could you change that up and how do you want to change that? Because the idea is how do you improve that?
Right. Okay, so in terms of changing it up, I think maybe then taking the hours once she's in bed to do my creative writing, maybe till like 11 instead of till 3 in the morning, and then actually sleeping. And yeah, so
Great.
Creating more hours for myself to sleep, I guess.
So that little thing there, we all know that, the knock-on effect of just going, actually, I'm going to change, I'm going to put an alarm in my phone. I'm going to say, right, I'm going to go to bed now and do that thing. I know that sounds like this is a bit of it, but...
This is cloud cuckoo land, though, isn't it? I mean,
What?
Because, of course, it's simple as soon as your kid's in bed that you've got all the energy to go right in a whole...
But look, let me tell you, I'm with you. I don't sleep much at all. But the thing about it is I should do. And, sometimes, leaving it. What you're saying is just switching it around a bit. Let's have a listen to somebody else.
One more, and then
One
we'll move
more.
on. But I want to quickly sort of just challenge to say how, and then we can think about that during the day, and then perhaps later on think, okay, how am I going to think more strategically? Because thinking is just dead easy, isn't it? Oh, look, a badger. It's really easy to be distracted, and social media is absolutely that, which is going to do that for you.
I think having a focus would be good. We can talk about focus later. If we're thinking about we've got an end goal, we can be strategic to that. So we'll come back to that. Yeah, one more. Yeah.
I mean, I love a good documentary, so always watching documentaries. So I could probably use more of that time to put more into my music, more into my writing, for sure. So.
But a documentary it's tricking you, isn't it, into thinking, no, I'm absolutely studying here.
But I feel like I get a lot of inspiration from documentaries as well, so it's kind of like a paradox.
So but I would say that it's that thing, you're not studying, but you watch the documentary and you kind of go, okay, pizza. Rather than actually reflecting upon it and so on.
So a little thing that I've done to change this is anybody that starts to recommend a series on Netflix, I literally say, don't tell me. So stop your sentence. And I just said, no, because I don't want a movie I could possibly do. It's a couple of hours. Series and episodes, I don't engage with them, right? Because that's a whole different thing. So don't tell me, oh, have you heard? I don't want to know.
I've got a better one. I stopped my Netflix subscription.
Woo! Yeah. That's next level, man. That's next level. Okay, cool. Right then, just to finish off, I would like you to get your QR codes, your phones out, please, and hit this QR code. To help you with this, we've done something pretty cool. I did tell you I was a bit of a geek. And we've created this AI pathway tool, right? Essentially, it's going to take you 5 minutes. So you're just going to nicely, quietly do this. There's 60 super quick questions that ask you things like, how much do you think you would like laying a brick? Now, go with me on this. And essentially, it'll take you about 5 minutes. And what our system does, it automatically creates an interest profile for you. And it breaks down the entire music industry. And it relates those jobs to your interests. And if anybody wants to work with us, we're happy to offer Kickstart Your Careers for anybody here today and anybody on the stream. And we can analyze your data with you, and we'll help you focus not just your energies on what you do on a day-to-day basis, but your long-term strategy. So the girl at the back with your overthinking, we can help you strategize your thinking, yeah? So just do this, take 5 minutes and answer these super quick questions. And this one is about how you feel, by the way. How do I feel? How much do I think I would like this activity? You don't have to have done it. How much do I think I would like doing these things? Are they? Yes.
I come from the film industry, right?
Oh, cool.
I'm not a musician.
You're not a musician? Get out.
Okay, go for it. We'll leave you in silence for a couple of minutes.
Dan, do you want to turn these down for a moment? 'Cause
You all done? All done? All done? All done? Nice one. 30 seconds to let anybody finish. Okay. Coolio. Okay, so, yes. Oh, yep, my bad. Hello. Okay, yeah, so well done. That's kind of it for the first section. Like I said, if you would like to have a Kickstart Your Career one-to-one with TheWrd, with our team, one of our sort of specialists in talent development, we're happy to book that. We're going to send a little form around in a bit later on, once you've done all the bits. Just tick the box that says you want to do the Kickstart Your Career. 15 minutes, we'll go through all your results. We can also just send your results to you, and you can look at them. But rather than that, if you want us to go into it a little bit more and give you some more guidance, we're happy to do that. Yeah? I think that's it. And then we'll be in touch on that one. And
No, we're having a little break now.
That's
but I
it.
would, if anybody has any quick response or any thought or feeling about what it is you just did, the questions and so on. I had one chap at the back, he was like...
was that his response? So
He-
no
yeah,
words,
he
no
was
words.
He was
Right,
totally
okay.
laughing. He was saying, "How do I care about using a calculator? What?" I said, "Well, clearly you don't like it."
Okay.
Anything else? Anybody? A quick response? If not, then we'll just take a break. It's all good.
Yeah.
Found it hard to do.
Yeah,
without
it's just
ever
a
having
feeling, though.
tried.
That's what I'm saying. You can't be wrong. It's just how you feel. When you get the results, you'll see what I mean. I'll talk to you about it in more detail. I can talk to you all day about it, by the way, but that's not what you want. Unsure. And that has a big impact because we're not looking for just the number. We're looking at the types of things you're not bothered about. Yeah? Oh, well, we'll see. Okay. Yeah, last question.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, especially with if you don't actually know something, it's really hard to say whether or not you like it because even things, I think for a lot of things, we have this romanticized idea in our head. For example, we have this romanticized idea of what it means to be a firefighter, for example.
Yeah.
But then if you actually do the job, you realize that it's not what you thought it was.
Yeah.
And it's
exactly.
a lot harder. Or for example, being a lawyer. I really like debating. And so I have this romanticized idea that it would just be me debating.
Oh,
But then it's like the truth behind this is that it's like 5% debating and 95% of paperwork.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I'm not a fan of, you know?
Yeah,
So I
there we
feel
go.
like you also need to take that into account in a way.
Well, this is just the first step. The interest that you've just done is only the first box on our AI tool. We actually got 8 boxes, but we just thought we'd start you with a baby step first. Okay, let's take a break. Let's get some drinks and let's chill. Thank you very much.
In a minute.
Okay, cool. Just waiting for. Here's my man here, Howard. Yes. Cool. Oh. Where are you from? Later. I've got some more water. Ready? Thanks. Okay, peeps, we good? We chatted. We made a couple of friends. Nice one. Plenty more time for all that good stuff, but we kind of try and keep it relaxed. Gonna lock and load for another 25 minutes on this one?
I don't know.
Something like that. Intense, chilled. Okay. Right.
It's interesting. There are two things. Anecdotes waste time, but I think we're quite good on time. I want to hear from as many people in the room. There is a famous writer, George Bernard Shaw, who once said, "It is better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt." But the truth is...
Is that true?
It's not true, but it's him being funny. Okay.
All right. Okay.
But don't feel like you can't say something. I'm really impressed by the amount of networking that each one. A lot of you don't know one another, and people are saying hello. Just been talking to a chap who's come down from Milton Keynes. We've got people from Leeds, people from Bristol, and so on. And I'm really impressed with the effort that's being made for folks to come out and what have you. So do please get involved and do your talking. This is great. And the other thing I want to do is, this is what TheWrd is about, which is there are no shortage of places where you can get information, and you can open the top of your head and have the information poured into it, and then you'll have the information, and that's great. But what we're about is applying that information and using that knowledge to the benefit of your talent development. So
Exactly that. Nice one. Okay, cool. Next up. So we've done a little bit on level up yourself. The next element we're going to look at is level up your smarts. We're going to look at the skills and knowledge about the industry. We're going to kind of, for the agenda, for the focus of this little section, we're going to just break down the music industry. We're going to talk about the different roles and responsibilities in the music industry. And then we've got really a simple question for you to answer to yourself. If it was me, I'd be like making little ticks. I'd probably give them marks out of 10, but I'm like that. So, but just what you want to be identifying. One aim, again, from this section. Identify areas in the music business you can either do one of three things. You need help with. You could help somebody with, because you might be good at it. Or you might be interested in working in that area. So again, like Neets and I were just saying at the end, keep it super simple, keep it focused. One thing you can, one area of music that you might want to, you need help with, that you could help with, or that you might be interested in working in. And we're going to start there. Yes, ma'am.
Is social media included in this?
Yes, social media is included. Yeah, so that's in marketing and promo. We'll talk about that in a second.
you're addicted to social media, you kid.
No.
We could talk about the how. We've made identified something that we can do to change our a habit and so on. But these first two questions here are really, really good and will be crucial, honestly, for the rest of your lives. Certainly, the rest of your lives in the creative industry. Being able to ask for help and then being able to offer help will result in you having successful engagements with different people. So learning how to say, do you know what? I'm not very good at this. I need some help here. But then also, really important, walking into a room and saying, how can I help? Is really, really a powerful proposition. Yeah.
We're going to talk about that. Okay, let's get into it. So, to give ourselves a structure, we're going to talk about the 4 core commercial assets in the music industry. The first one being the musical composition, the song. Not the record, the recording of it. I'm talking about the melody, and I'm talking about the lyrics. right? We don't need to be in a studio to write a song. We're songwriters, right? I'm talking about, I mean, there's a grey area if you make a beat first. What came first, the beat or the tune? I get that, because Kix is in the room and a couple of beat makers are thinking, yeah, but we learned the beat first. So there's some things to talk about there. But generally, from a legal perspective, the musical composition is the tune and the lyric, yeah? Yes. It could do. This is the grey area. We're going to have a chat over lunch, yeah?
It could include chords.
No, it technically doesn't from a legal perspective, but there's an ethical, moral duty when you're in a room. Somebody starts playing a beat, and you write on top of that, who started that? I would say the beat maker started that, so I'm going to say, yeah, thirds, if there's three of us. Anyway, we'll get into that later, yeah? The second asset is the sound recording, the recording of those lyrics and that tune, the sound recording. Okay, that's the second core asset. The third core asset is the live musical performance. Yeah, the gig, the concert, the live performance. It could be online, it could be whatever, but it's a live musical performance of those other things, the song and the recording. And then the fourth asset is the artist's brand. Yeah, this could be anything. Could be the merch, it could be the look, the feel, all kinds of stuff. So they're the four core assets that we're going to look at. And just to be clear, here are the sectors. Music publishing handles the rights in the musical composition, right? Publishers look after songwriters. The Ivors Academy, us, we look after songwriters and their rights, composers, authors, and songwriters. I used to be a publisher for 10 years, right? My job was to improve the lives of our songwriters and for them to add value to the songs. That was my job, simply. Recorded music, so record labels, producers. This is all in that sound recording area, so that's another sector, the recorded music sector. Then we've got live music. That's in this domain. I know it's pretty obvious now, but it's nice for us to break it down. Then finally, we've got talent management. So managing, developing, building that brand. Yeah? They're the four core areas. Now we're going to break them all down, and I want you to just keep looking at them, say, do I need help in that area? Could I help? Or am I interested in working in that area? Yeah?
Never,
Okay, cool.
but if you go back one,
Yeah.
there's never been more tech support for people who want to progress in these areas. There's a gizmo and a gadget and a subscription service and so on to support you in all of this. There's no question. We're partnered with TuneCore. We're partnered with different people.
Amazon Music.
Amazon Music. You would not struggle to find tech support, but we're about making human contacts as well.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I will talk to Paul Epworth this afternoon. Paul, everybody should know Paul Epworth. He's a brilliant human being, but the stuff that he drops in, it's like gold dust. So we talked to him about AI and production a couple of weeks ago, but we'll try and bring that up later on. All right, cool. Let's talk about, here's Paul, right in the middle, and Jamie Hartman, who was Songwriter of the Year last year at the Ivors, me. And then Graham Davis, who's the CEO of the Ivors Academy. Hello, Graham, if you're watching. So, yeah, this is up at the Ivors Academy. Like I said, the Ivors Awards. And like I said, I used to be a music publisher for 10 years. And it was a brilliant, brilliant life, brilliant job. I love being really close to the song, the actual birth of the song, the white paper. And then a few hours later, there's a living, breathing expression. It's really, really cool. So, also, Ben's going to join us from Reservoir Media for the panel. If you're interested, if you're a songwriter that needs help in publishing, or you might be interested in publishing, really say hello to Benjamin, and he's from Reservoir Media. Reservoir were the independent publishers of the year last year. So really great publishers. Okay, cool. So, what does a publisher do? I want you just to think for a second. Think about it, just for a second. Open up your pads and just write down, I think we're all right, man. Just write down on your things what you think a publisher does. What you think a publisher does. And again, don't worry about, I kind of don't know, but that's the whole point. Yeah? If you don't know, we want to know what you don't know, and we want to know what you know. Right? And so do you. So what does a publisher do you think?
Who's confident to shout out one thing, especially if I've not heard from you yet?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that these days they kind of just get it to the distributors, which you can do yourself. So I kind of struggle to know what extra value they add,
Okay.
which I'm sure they do, but I don't know.
Okay, cool.
Touch upon that.
We're just going to get all your suggestions, and then we're going to talk about what they actually do. So that's interesting, because you're saying get it to the distributor.
To the stores, into
Okay,
the online
good.
store.
I hear what you're saying. We're going to come back to all these things. I'm not suggesting whether this is right or wrong or whatever. We're going to talk about in a second. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, you got a mic. It's going to drop about 16 bars. Go.
I think publishers work out royalty splits. That's my understanding of it. So, yeah.
Cool. So
Okay,
royalty
royalty
splits.
splits.
Yeah,
At the back there.
Anybody else?
At the back,
Publishers. Yep.
while you're walking, I'll speak. I'll take it to the.
Yeah.
I wrote that they take music and match it to different platforms of entertainment to amplify the reachability of any one artist or song.
Cool. Very good. So they amplify the rights, they get it to places. We used to say in publishing that we try to make songs breathe and live around the world. Okay, anybody else?
So,
Yeah.
here. I think in general, what they do is they take the legal part of all of the stuff that guys talked about, like the paperwork, everything that you don't know about at all. Like they just put all this hard work into that.
Okay, great. One more thing, and then we're going to kind of explain. Yeah, this
Layer.
lady here. Sync licensing.
Sorry.
It's just for the stream. It's just for the stream, so people at home.
Yeah,
Yes.
sync licensing.
And that was totally not forced at all,
Not
was it?
forced,
Sync
no, no.
licensing.
It's
Yeah,
really,
no,
really
that's what-
naturally done, all of this.
All right, cool. All good. All good thoughts. Right. What a publisher actually does. These 5 things. I don't know why it's not sitting on the screen correctly. I'm feeling anxious. But okay. The first 5 things that a publisher does. They acquire copyrights. So they buy existing songs, or they hire songwriters to create new songs. Right? So the first thing they do, they create or acquire copyrights. Yeah?
That sometimes, especially for super new artists, they might not buy them. They might acquire them by negotiation and so on. Sometimes in indie world, especially.
Yeah, I mean, I would always, if I'm looking after you from a managerial perspective, I'm always going to push back on that. You're going to have to pay me something and pay our songwriters something because they're valuable. If you want them, you're going to pay something, I would say. But we're going to negotiate.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, cool. And my man at the back said, yeah, administration. We've got to register them all over the world. So we've got a copyright, we've got a great song. We've got to register that all over the world. All of the collection societies like PRS, we've got to make sure that registration is correct. We've got to make sure that the data is correct. If the data is not correct, you're not getting paid. So it's really important that we register them around the world. Third thing we do is we exploit them. So we sync them. We get other artists to we say cut, so we get the other artists to record them. We sync it onto a game or a TV show or radio. We use it on the internet or wherever. We exploit it. It could be a ringtone, anything really. We're always looking for our copyrights to get exploited. Exploitation in the music industry is a good thing, right? Exploitation is a good word. We collect the money, right? It's great. You've written a smash. We've registered it. We've got it synced. It's out there. It's all over the streaming platforms. It's on a movie. Great, great, great. We're going to have to collect that money. Make sure we collect everything. And then also we're going to protect it. Yeah? Nobody can use those copyrighted works if they have not got authorization to do so. That's your living if you're a songwriter. That's a living if you're a publishing house, right? So protection is important. So these are the 5 things that we do as a publisher. Now then, question, have a look at them. You could look at them individually because you actually, you know, you might be able to register your copyrights on PRS. You don't need that, but you might actually just want a sync deal where somebody's just going to go out and get your song synced onto a movie, for example, right? Actually, you might be all good. You might be getting synced for days, but you want somebody to admin them, so you get an admin deal. So have a look at these. Just quickly have a look at these 5 boxes and look at them and go, do I need help doing any of those? Maybe just write them down and give it a tick, right? Again, just really bullet point things. Write them down. Acquisition. So do you need help creating songs? So could you do with some money so you can pack in your job to spend your life writing songs? If you do, then you need help in the front bit. You need some money to do that, right? Do you need help to admin? Yes or no? Yeah, I'm okay. Or yeah, I do. I don't like the paperwork. I don't want to be doing that. I wouldn't say don't know how to do it. Yeah? Always know every bit of your business, for sure. Yeah? Know every bit of your business. Do you need somebody going out hustling to get your cuts? Hustling to get your syncs? If you do, if you need help, explain you need help. Okay, are you good at any of these things? Right? Maybe we've got some publishers in the house. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you want to be a publisher. And if you do, you want to talk to Benjamin later. Yeah, tap him up for a job. Get in there. Yeah? Okay, cool. Are we good? Look at these things. Next one. Are we good?
Yeah, no,
Moving
yeah,
on,
good,
Howard.
good,
Yeah.
yeah.
Recorded
This is all
music.
top-line stuff, by the way. We could do a 12-week course about music
We actually
publishing.
do. We
And
actually
we could
do.
do a 12-week course about how labels work. This is the top-line information.
Yeah. Okay, Howard, you going to take this one or do you want me to take this one? Oh, here's lovely Paul Epworth, who you're going to meet later on.
He's going to talk from the perspective, I mean, he's a recording artist, producer, entrepreneur, owns a studio, yada, yada, yada. There's no end to it. But it kind of started, he owned his own label.
He's still got a...
No, he sold it to
he does.
Sony.
Oh, there we go.
Another big bag of cash, no doubt. But anyway.
Hello, Paul.
But no, it's... this is a living example of what I was talking about. This is somebody who knows and knew about and got clued up about royalties and labels and how things work from a position of when I met Paul, he was my band's front of house sound engineer. We toured and what have you, and he got me a job. He was at 93 Feet East on Brick Lane, and he got me a job there, and we were there when it opened. But I was always just really shocked at how much he knew and how much he would then go and find out about more stuff and the different types of music that he was in. But it started with being a sound engineer, live sound engineer, then a studio sound engineer, and then he said, I don't do live anymore because he had some poor experiences, I think. And then it just moved around. But I think that kind of example of what I would say, don't box yourself into a specific place. You could do a lot more than what you're currently doing.
And I think also just knowing your business. This is what I keep saying, know your business, yeah? Find out everything you can about your business. Know every department. Try to know as much as you can. And then you're confident. You go, actually, you know what? I don't know enough of that. I don't like that. I need some help there. And that's a great bit of learning. Okay, let's move on. We'll talk to Paul at length later. I'm looking forward to seeing him. So, write down on your pads like you did. You've got the idea now. What does a record label do? What does a record label do? Just 2 or 3 ideas. What does a label do? Okay, cool. Howard, do you want to just have a chat to later?
Yeah.
What do you do?
What do we shout out? Anybody that I've never heard from before? Yes, my friend at the back. They manage products. The release of songs. Yeah, yeah. They budget for an artist's album. Yeah, I'll have all of those things. My friend here. You mean the administration side?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the music marketing and branding and I guess some publishing.
Okay.
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 I've got one here.
I think it's like, you know, when they help with like recording and stuff and like the management of an artist, like use their facilities to record their music and stuff. So
okay, cool. So
Recording,
recording,
yeah, I like that.
Maybe using facilities. Okay, cool.
One more, and then you. And then you.
A record label, I think they pretty much cover everything that everyone is saying. When the artist is signed, they designate the artist to all of the categories within the industry in order for all of those things to get done. If they're signed, obviously, I believe.
Okay, we'll talk about that, what kind of deal that might sound like. I know where you're going.
You're next. Oh, well, yeah, you go now. And then
I was just going to say, they like artist and repertoire, like they sign and develop talent and songwriters and then put people together in the room to create hits.
Very good. So we're starting to talk about A&R. Yeah.
I know that they also just give out loans to artists.
Loans?
Yeah, because they always have to pay back.
Okay, always?
Yeah,
Always?
most of the time. Like.
Now you said most of the time.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So from a legal perspective, I did an MA in contract and copyright law, so we always say it depends on the contract. So there is no standard deal. We might think there's standard parameters, but everything's negotiable. Everything, there's always a chat to be had. Yeah? Anything else? Yeah, one last thing.
Two.
So record labels getting involved in touring, you said?
No, like they help to organize it, like put the team together. Especially if you're a big artist, right?
Okay.
That's how they basically help you.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna sneak through and ask
one
our
more,
friend here.
One more, yeah.
They invest money to obtain part of all of the masters, and then they help you gather all of your visual assets and help promote your release.
Okay, cool. Okay, good. Ryan, one last thing.
Last one. I think a record label helps amplifying a semi-established artist's material and also helps with independent labels. So, for example, if you want to sign a joint venture contract where a small record label, an independent record label could work as an imprint for a bigger label, so you have access to the bigger label, the major record label's cash, which will help you, gather more artists under your roster. Yeah.
Cool. Nice one. Very good. Okay.
Cool.
Yes.
We've got some comments on the stream.
Okay, cool.
Do you want to read any of those out?
Yeah. Thanks, Anna.
Someone said, what do they do or what should be doing? Because a lot aren't doing everything they could do for the music they release.
For this as labels, what could they do? Or okay, great question. We're going to answer that right now. Yeah, any other comments from it? We're just going to answer that one. Okay, cool. So let's see what they do. We're going to break this down into the 4 key functions of a record label. And this is in order, really, right? First is A&R, yeah? Artist and repertoire. In other industries, we call this R&D, research and development. But essentially, it's finding the artists and helping them develop their repertoire, helping them make the records, right? So A&R. So that's stage 1. Stage 2 is marketing and promotions. So like you guys were saying, getting the visual. We've got the record now, right? We've got the song. We've turned it into a record. Now we're turning it into a product with the visuals, the video, the photographs, all the social media content, the branding, the style, everything, yeah? Then we're going to start shouting about it. We're going to promo that. The marketing's done, going to start promoting. Then we're into licensing and distribution. So we're going to license it, which in legal terms means we're going to lease it. We're going to hire it out. We're not going to sell it. We're going to license it. We're going to allow somebody to use it while we retain ownership if I'm the label. Yeah? Assigning it would be selling it, but we're licensing and distribution. And then finally, we've got to collect the cash. Revenue collection. The fourth stage of, yes.
Got a question. Talking about publishing and licensing, distribution there, I guess for the song writing credit. So this is, I presume, talking about the master.
Correct. That's a really good point, and that's why we split it up. If you get your song synchronized on a film, that means they sync the image and the song together. There's royalty and there's a revenue that comes from the master right licensing and the songwriter, right? They're two different jobs. It could be two different people or lots of different people. So you get paid, there is revenue generated on both sides, the master rights and the publishing rights. We're not going to delve into that too much because that's another class, but okay. And I just want to finally say, Howard, that this is actually a cycle because there's this part of the revenue collection is reinvested back into A&R to make more music and sign more artists and develop their businesses. So this is why it's a 4-stage cycle of recorded music. Yep.
And importantly, this is an answer to the question or comment from online. This is it working in a perfect scenario. Of course, there are countless people who do their jobs not very well. And record labels, some record labels are no exception.
Yes.
And some of them are doing it on purpose. Are we Team Taylor or are we Team Scooter, right?
Yes.
Etc., etc.
Yes.
Some people are doing these things on purpose, blah, blah, blah. I would like to say this is a really good description of also the departments of a large record label. But let's say one of you guys starts a label or I start a label tomorrow, then we're all of that.
You're doing all of these jobs.
And some of the coolest and the most impressive labels that you might be really big fans of remain very small teams.
And
Excel, Excel, any number of Beggars, yada yada. Beggars is quite big now, but
yeah.
I think Bella Union, for example, they're small labels, and in fact, you'd have 1 or 2 people doing all of that work.
Yeah, and also you've all got people like Chance the Rapper and Lil Sims and all that. They're just owning their stuff, right? As Jay-Z said, I'm a businessman. I'm not a businessman, right? He's a complete industry on his own. Yeah, so.
And Ian, you alluded to the 360 deal.
Somebody was talking about live. We're not going to get into this too much today, but there are various deals that you do at record labels. And one you might have heard of, the 360 deal, where they don't just do the recording rights and look after that. They also participate in the publishing, in the live, and in the artist brand. So that's like a 360 deal, right? So they do participate in all those areas. That's really famous. It was popularized with the Robbie Williams deal with EMI back in the day. Okay, cool. So have a look at this. Releasing music. Ask yourself, go back to the question again. Ask yourself, releasing music, do you need help doing any of these 3-4 things? Getting the music together, right? Are you good at curating the album, making it work, putting it together, getting your producers, getting your co-writers, etc., getting the mix right? What about marketing and promo? Are you good at that, or do you need help doing that? What about getting it, licensing it out? Do you know a couple of film producers? You're in film, right? Get to know this person, yeah? So we only make money when we connect with film, when screen, but outside of the music industry, when they use our stuff on radio, which is not really the music industry, it's broadcasting. We spend money by making product. It's television, yeah. So we spend money making music and paying wages. We make money when we engage with other creative industries. This is why we're saying, make sure you know people in fashion and advertising and screen and theatre. That's where we generate revenue. All right, cool. And then we've got to collect our money. Are you any good at that? If you're not, there are people we can hire. We can do all of these. You can get a consultant, a friend that can do all of these. You can do them all. So just have a look. I'll stop talking for a second. Do you need any help? Can you help? Or are you interested in working in this area? Just write them down and give it a tick. And we're going to talk about it later.
quick question. So, a situation where you've got your material, musician, you've got your material, but you kind of like just need to get it like ready for release, right? Like bits and pieces, mastering, whatever. Is that like a label conversation within an A&R?
Well, it's a person conversation. I wouldn't necessarily think, I want the best tool, the best person for the job, right? Reservoir Media, they're the independent publisher, right? Independent Publisher of the Year. There's really great benefits to being with a boutique publisher over a major. And I mean, Guy Moose might be watching, who's the CEO of Warner Chappell, and we love Warner as well. There's positives and negatives to being indie and to be major. You're more on the indie side, right?
Yeah, but there's also a kind of, I think what you're alluding to here, and this is a much longer conversation, is when do I know that my music is done, is ready? What we're doing here is we're starting from a position where everybody is perfectly happy with the music that has been made.
Yeah.
And that is not, that's a very privileged position to be in.
Yeah.
Frankly, when my band had made some music that I was like, I'd been in a ton of bands before that, I was like, holy shit, we've done something really good here. And Wild Horses wouldn't have stopped me. And I knocked down doors, and we were self-managed, blah, 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 and I was just going. And I used to get really angry with people. I'd get on the telephone. This is way before all the digital communication. Oh, this isn't for us. I thought, what do you mean it's not for you, you idiot? This is not how to manage oneself.
He's much more chilled now.
Much more. But yeah, that knowledge, and I'm going to refer you to a book. There's a brand new book. It's a couple of years old. Emily White, How to Build a Sustainable Music Career and Collect All Your Revenues. Don't worry scribbling it down. I'll send a link to it. She's a very strong ally and a supporter of what we're doing. She's also got the world's #1 music business podcast. Chapter 1 of her book, which is actually in opposition to chapter 1 of the standard music business book, which is Donald Passman. She says, get your art on and get your art together. And she gives all kinds of hints, tips, and things you can do in order to be happy with what it is that you have created.
Okay, I'm going to move on. I'm
Yeah,
going to move
please.
on if that's all right. We're going to talk live. Howard, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Hmm.
Right, we're going to meet Clementine, who's a booking agent from Wasserman. She looks after people like Stromae and a bunch of other cool artists. She's going to be in-house later on, so yes. I'm going to ask that Howard that question. He's going to answer that in 1 second. Go for it, Howard.
Does music curating go into live?
Programming.
Of course. Yeah. I'll talk about that in a minute.
Yes, okay, so what does a booking agent do? We're not going to give you the answer. Write it down. Shout it out. Well, actually, just shout it out.
Shout it out.
What does a booking agent do? Yeah.
Organises lineups for gigs, festivals.
Shout them out. Shout them out. Shout them out.
Books, events, anything for the artist. Works with music curators. You like curators, don't you? Reaches out to venues, reaches out, yeah.
Okay, anybody
Any more?
else? Booking agents. What do booking agents
No,
do?
move on. It's
Okay,
good.
concert promoters.
What does a promoter do?
The difference between a booking agent and a concert promoter.
20 points lost for saying promotes. Advertise the show. Yeah, exactly, which is kind of saying promotes, isn't it? But
Very good.
They market live events and live gigs for the artists and anyone else involved.
Yep.
Okay,
Any more?
cool. Anybody else? Concert promoters, what do they do?
Sell tickets.
Sell tickets.
Brilliant.
Yeah, anybody else?
Or hopefully sell tickets.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, gonna get that lineup right.
Yeah.
Okay, what do tour managers do? Take care of the artists.
Under her breath, she said, "Managed tours."
Managed tours. Yeah, we get it. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So
Insightful.
so many of the others, and you at home.
Anybody else? Tour managers. Yeah.
They sort the tech out, the engineering, and all of that backline.
The tech out, backline. I don't. This is not my game. Howard's going to tell us in a second. Yeah, Cairo.
Collect?
Do they collect PA mixes for the artist as well?
You mean equipment?
No, as in like an artist has a tour, like they've got a song, do they just collect like the correct version of the actual track? So the track that doesn't have the main vocal, it's just got like
they would do that
stabs
in
and ad-libs and
advance.
stuff.
They would do all that in advance. And but that would be something which is done. Anna, can you go and help our friend, please? Logistics, visas, and licenses, taxes.
Okay, we're going to move on.
Okay,
We're going to move on.
we are going to move on.
We're going to move
All
on.
of those, a good 90% of those were correct in those answers.
So, here are the 4 stages. Howard?
Programming an event, getting an event on sale and in front of people. Before all that happens, you need to, the conversation that will happen. The artist or the artist's representative, which would be the booking agent, speaks to the concert promoter, whose responsibility is the gig itself. This is what we call programming or curating. But if you're a festival programmer, then pretty much you're curating an entire bill. You go to wireless, there's an expectation there, which is different from the expectation that if you went to British Summertime in Hyde Park, or if you went to All Points East, different themes and so on. That's curating, isn't it? And also, Meltdown on the South Bank, there's a different kind of curation happening. Curation is programming.
Okay, next, promote.
Once you have the lineup, once you've got, I've got my headliner, I've got a good support, and I've got an opener, then we need to promote this, we need to sell some tickets, we need to get it in front of the people. So I've already spoken to the artists, headliner, support, and opener. I've already spoken to their representatives, and I'm saying, we're going to go on sale at 9 a.m. on this date. Everybody needs to be shouting about it at the same time, using the same artwork and the same ticket link, because the tickets need to be sold.
Okay.
And if they're not sold, then the risk is mine as the promoter. If the show loses money, I lose money. The artist doesn't. The artist, if I've agreed with the artist as the promoter, if I've agreed with their booking agent, I'm going to pay you £500 for this, whatever happens. That's your guarantee. And if we don't sell enough tickets, then that's on me. That's me that loses that money. Producing the show, and you might as well do the next one as well, and running it are kind of the same thing, which goes back to sourcing equipment if the artist needs a specific keyboard, if the artist needs a specific this, and they're not taking it with them on the tour. When my band toured, we took it all with us in a van. We didn't request anything in advance. It's much more common these days to send your requirements in advance, especially if it's, look, I need a microphone, and that's that. I once lost an iPod. Do you remember what that was?
No, they don't.
It used to play tapes. I lost an iPod. It's a good story. I'm telling it. In the car park of the venue in Los Angeles, which was on Hollywood and Vine, and the reason I left it. No, didn't leave it in the car park. I left it in the cab. That we had to get into this cab really quickly because there was the most almighty fight in the car park when we were going to get a taxi between a load of really military-looking American guys, like gigantic. And we were like, okay, we need to get away from here. And so I think in all the hassle, but that was a bit of tech which I needed. I had a backing track in my ear, sequences and stuff to play because I was playing the drums.
So you needed that for the gig?
Yeah. Well, that was miraculously, that was the final night of the gig. We just toured coast to coast in the US.
Oh, wow.
Anyway,
okay.
So running it and running it on the day, the people who are running around with the high visibility jackets on and so on, these are jobs which you can go and get now.
Yeah.
Volunteer jobs or just like minimum wage type jobs working in venues. There are hundreds of venues around here.
And this idea, we always say just get yourself in a room. Obviously, like I said about the songwriters, right? Make sure people pay you a bit, right? I want people to pay something, right? Even if it's 50 quid, it's 100 quid, whatever. Whatever it is. So I think there's a big problem. There's a big problem with just asking everything for free, right? So, but that aside, on the flip side of that, get in the room. You guys have put yourselves out, and the people on the live stream are engaging with it. And things happen when you engage, right? So you got to put yourself in the room.
I had something prepared, but we're not going to do it. But basically, there's a venue very close to here, the Moth Club. If you go to the events section of the Moth Club or any of your favorite venues and click on an event, it will say at some point in that description, presented by or Rock Feedback Presents, or such a so that's the promoter. And if it says that Rock Feedback Presents in association with Wasserman, Wasserman is the agent. You can find your way, if you want, to who represents your favorite artist.
Maybe Howard, you can show people that later on.
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
get
for
set.
sure.
Okay, so a booking agent, they do the first two things. Is this correct, Howard?
It is indeed.
I only learned this
They
yesterday.
They do also. They've got an interest, of course, in how everything runs. And somebody mentioned the label being involved. Of course, the label has an interest because everybody is working in this as a team to push the project forward. And if people are not doing their bit, there's nothing more soul destroying. I described that scenario. Okay, we're going on sale at 9 a.m. and everybody needs to share this information, and then you look and one of the artists is not doing it.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Do you want this show to sell out or not?
No, yeah, exactly. Get involved. Okay, I'm going to move us on, Howard, if that's all right. Concert promoters.
They're involved all the way across the whole project, and actually beyond running it, because they have to settle afterwards and send all the information back and pay.
And then the tour manager is on this end.
There's a babysitter. The tour manager is the same. All you're doing is the same job as if you're taking a lot of old age pensioners to the seaside for a week, except they are young and maybe they've got some tattoos and piercings, and they drink maybe, and
My
maybe
mum's
they
got
do
a tattoo.
They do parties and stuff like that, and she's an old age pensioner.
Yeah, my mum.
But you know, basically a tour manager is really organised. Ian talks about spreadsheets and so on. Tour managers are pretty good at spreadsheets and so on, but they're some of the most organised people I've ever met in advance, knowing what is going to happen. You can't legislate for some things that happen on a tour, but tour managers are so organised that even if something quite major happens, they're probably pre-organised and they can deal with that all the better.
Okay, so we're getting to the end of the thing. What we're saying is we're not going to look at that because we are just...
I'm a bit disappointed here that I'm being rushed.
Yeah.
But because, and I'll just make this one point.
He's doing that on purpose now.
The A&R person is not going to know who you are if they haven't seen you perform. And so really, the live aspect for me should always come first. And for me, as an artist, if you can't do it live, then it's not as good as if you can.
I'm gonna.
An A&R person is not going to find you under a rock. I mean, a good A&R person will probably go looking under rocks.
But
you need to be out there and doing stuff, right?
This is where Howard comes to the indie land. I come from major record side of things, and this is where we differ. There's loads of.
No, there's loads of ways. There's loads of ways that
we can do it. Anyway, we're not gonna argue, right? We're not gonna argue. Right? Have a look at this. Do you need help doing any of these? Could you help doing any of these things? Look at them, write them down, make a list. Or are you interested in jobs in live? Do you need help doing any of these things? Could you help doing any of these things? Do you need help? Are you interested in jobs in live? Just write it down, and then we're going to pick some of these things for us to latch onto. We need to move on. Yes? I'm on it now. Right. Okay. Are we good? Yeah. Okay. Last one. We're going to meet Mina later on from Moshi Moshi Records and music management. So we're going to talk about management now. Same deal. What does a talent manager do? Everything. What does a talent manager do? Just shout it out.
Huh? Okay.
Nothing to just, ooh. Oh, she said she has got nothing.
No,
to,
she
oh,
said manages.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, go for it.
Just like anything from personal communication, like contacting people, like all of the kind of admin stuff.
Yeah.
They're sort of like the eyes and the ears of the artist in my mind.
Sounds good. Anybody else? Yeah. Finding opportunities for the artist, yep.
Essentially, they just bring the artist into the room where things happen.
Sounds good to me. Yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
I get sort of liaising with all of the other aspects, so tour managers and booking managers, they're the sort of port of call to sort of communicate directly with the talent.
Yeah. Cool. Anybody else? Talent managers, what do they do?
I'm going to move on because we've got to do this quickly.
Yes.
No, stop. Don't do anything yet. I'm going to say everything that we've said before about all the other A&R, the people at the very coalface, a manager totally does all those things. And the manager is, at the end of the day, the artist is the artist, is representing the artist, so should really just be in charge of it all. So the agent dances to the tune of the manager, the promoter does. The manager has the privilege to say, no, we're going to stop this now. But they've got amazing ears, they're amazingly organized, and they are super connected. But what Ian has done, in Ian's way, is he's managed to break it down and put it into a really nice little sort of thing on his slide. So I'll let him do that now.
Thank you. They are gatekeepers. So these are 5 functions. Have a look at this if you can help with this, if you need help with this, if you're interested in jobs in management. They're gatekeepers. So they gatekeep ingoing and outgoing messaging, all of it. Yeah, they protect their talent. They're strategists. Develop, manage, deliver, build strategy. They might have to roll their sleeves up and get on with the project management. Yeah, get things done. Okay? Help get things done. Negotiator. They're going to negotiate all the deals. Yeah? The manager and the artist have got a really personal relationship. And then finally, I mean, they'll probably do other things. If you talk to some managers, they'll probably do things. But other thing is the team builder. Getting the right team around the artist, right? It's not just the talent, it's the team behind the talent that really matters. That's arguably for me, the team and the timing of a release is more important, more effective and valuable than the actual music itself sometimes. You might have got a great hit. If it's under the table, nobody hears it. You haven't got the right team to get it out, and it's not right for today. It doesn't sound like today. It's going to be difficult to have a hit. Another we're going to get onto that.
Another book I mentioned earlier on was Passman, another cracking music business book, and his chapter 1 is get your team sorted out.
Okay.
One very quick, the gatekeeper aspect, it's saying no. We were on a call with Hamish at September Management, managers at a whole bunch of big people. Their website, he said, our website's rubbish. People can't find us. We pretty much know people because they manage real big artists, but they're used to these artists get offered countless things all the time. So basically, they're saying no to things.
A lot of the time. Okay, cool. Have a look at these people. Have a look at it. Are you good at it? Do you need help? No, you interested in jobs in it? Okay. Perfect. Okay. Look at your things or your notes, and you're just looking for a couple of spots. This is just to direct your energies, right? Direct your energy. I need help with marketing, for example. I need help with the admin. I'm really good at admin. I'm really good at marketing. Then you two people perhaps need to meet, right? Because this is about, it's like the Beatles, putting a band together so you're the synergy of the band. You're more than the individual parts. All right, cool. I think that's it, right, for this bit. That is it. We're going to take a break. Take a break.
Cool.
Yeah? Okay, well done.
Can you turn the mics down, Dan, please?
Jay, you've been holding me back. Jay, you've been holding me back. Jay, you've been holding me back. Jay, you've been holding me back all my life.
What do you do? Oh, no way. And now you're in the music.
I'm loving the vibe, dude. It's so cool. It's just bright and summery and so good. Oh, you like it? Yeah, yeah. Oh, nice. We good? Okay, peeps. Round 3. Ding, ding. Okay. We ready? That was just for dramatic effect. All right, cool. We ready for the third bit? And then it's lunch. I just mentioned the lunch just to... Yeah.
You shouldn't have done that.
No? No, okay. Ready for round 3? Yeah. Okay, cool. All good, all good. Next, developing our talent as a science is the interplay between all the 3 things we talked about. And the last one today is called Level Up Your Opportunities. This is about connections. It's about recognition from the industry. But first of all, it's about making those connections and being able to really kind of be strategic about your thinking, yeah? Be strategic about your actions. And we're going to show you one quick trick, and hopefully that should change your energies. Let's hope. Okay, cool. The aim for this last part is write the name of 3 people that you know that have a different creative skill to yours. So that could be photography, it could be a fashion designer, it could be somebody in advertising, it could be somebody closer, like, you know, if you're in a band, you need to know a bass player, for example. So it could be closer to what your skill is, but the idea is for you to know people with different skills than yours. And the second aim for this section is to speak to someone in this room that you could help, right? So we're really focused on how you can have a positive impact on society, how you can help, yeah? We all the time, a lot of the time actually, we think about what can we get from it because we know that, right? We focus on ourselves. There's loads of research that shows the more positive impact you can have on the world, the better your business is and the better your opportunities are. So really try to think of the other person. Think about how you're going to help, right? Okay, cool. Let's do it. How do we make industry friends? So, Howard, first of all, before we talk about industry friends, I'd like you to talk about the kind of the hidden jobs market. I know it's a bit of a problem, but just the realities of making connections and getting jobs in the industry.
Yeah, you can go ahead and click all of those
Okay.
bullet points. It's called, it's a bit nepotistic, which means that, you know, if you know someone or somebody's uncle or somebody's aunt or mother or so gets them their job in the industry. That is prevalent in any industry, but in particular in the entertainment game, it's a little bit sort of disproportionate. So for many of us, it has been difficult to sort of make our way within the game. So they're not often advertised. This is improving in the last 5 years or so. Certainly in the last 2 years, global events have meant that countless organizations are doing an awful lot of work to diversify their workforce and to make sure that jobs are available and advertised to the wider general population. But still, a lot of positions get done without advertising. And we work in a very fast-moving startup, and it's absolutely almost intuitive to go, oh, we need somebody to help with that. Oh, can't such a body do it? And then because of course, 2 white men of a certain age,
darling, don't.
You kind of go, oh, can't that person do it? And then, of course, that person is in our immediate network, and we've worked with them before. So that what we're doing is we're perpetuating this sort of inequality
you've got to
within.
work hard. Diversity doesn't just happen.
Diversity doesn't just happen. So. So as a result, we've already got a difficult scenario, a difficult situation that we have to do our best to sort of get ahead in. And I mean, my accent, for example, many people would think, and Ian's accent too, would think that it's quite nice or whatever. Certainly now that in the TV you almost have to have an accent like this, but it's not actually been easy.
It wasn't a benefit in '93 when I came to London. Everybody just went, "Oh, so you speak like that? You must be thick." And I was like, "Well, no, I'm not actually, but we're gonna." And these are the different kind of biases. You know, when people might, you might look at me and, middle-aged white man, I tick all the wrong boxes in terms of diversity. But I think it's really short-sighted to look at somebody and say they come from let's call it a challenge background, or they don't. How do you judge that? I'm 1984 from Barnsley. We're in the middle of the miners' strike. Half of our adults in my village were out of work. 50% unemployment. We had nothing, we had zero. And so I'm not kind of like going the upmanship on how poor we were, but that is the reality. And so I think what we do at TheWrd is we definitely don't judge a book by its cover. All existence is contribution. We've all got something to give, and we're teachers and students, all of us, aren't we?
And we have to find a way of showing that without being too kind of too immodest about it. Say, I'm a genius. This is everything that, we've been talking about that before, but we find a way of making a really positive impression and keeping a contact that you can actually go back to. You might not even be able to look that far forward and imagine yourself as a 50-year-old at this moment, but it will happen, and it might be that you can call upon somebody in this room, sat 3 or 4 people away from you, and say, remember that thing, we did that thing and we spoke and you made some kind of connection. And that is absolutely possible.
It happens all the time that you walk into somebody's office or they walk into yours and you go, right. And that's the rule, just be nice. You never know who you're going to meet. One of the big rules, be nice, be hardworking, be talented. Yeah, those 3 things, you got a shot. Without any of those 3 things, you might as well
I can reduce it to 2.
Okay.
Work hard and be nice to people.
Okay.
Can you reduce it to 1?
Yeah. No, I'm moving on. Okay, right. Okay, let's talk about attitude, because contacts are great. Great. Okay, fine. But for me, it's about the attitude and the creative mindset. Do you know your worth? Do you know your knowledge? What we're talking about today. What am I good at? Identifying what you're good at. What value are you going to add to the creative industries, to the world? And what are you not good at? And knowing both of those things are brilliant. And knowing your worth, like I said earlier. Try and get some money for something all the time, a little bit. Let people make a gesture, right? We've got to weigh those things up, but I always start with that premise. Right? Not all of us, our parents can't float us all. Right? So we've got to start with our premise. Okay, identify opportunities. Like I mentioned earlier, you guys are here today and people on the stream. You've turned up, you've showed up, you're in the room. You're identifying opportunities. You might not know exactly what that is. I mean, you were saying earlier, I didn't know what to expect. But you're here. And now you can decide whether this is an opportunity or not. Right? And we learn from that. Be flexible, be adaptable. The music industry, the creative industry is changing all the time. Embrace the change, find the opportunities in the dips. Solve a problem. Are you a problem solver? Are you a problem maker? Okay, and for me, I know how I can solve problems, and I know if I try to do something, how I can create them. So I kind of outsource my problem. I outsource my weakest link in my team, in our team. We outsource it all the time. Howard and I are a good complement because he's from the indie side. He likes to kind of roll with it and explode things. I'm like, I think I'm a bit uptight. I think I'm a bit like, oh, we've not planned everything. And Howard's like,
people are nodding, Ian.
Yeah, I know. It's true.
Yeah, that
true.
guy. Yeah,
that kind of guy. That guy. Yeah, but this is why we get on, because we kind of work and meet in the middle there.
This will go back. You might be the best guitar player, the best drummer, the best programmer, what have you, and some little Sims might be looking for putting a band together. And I guarantee that the people that get chosen are not the best people at that particular technique. They're just the best people to have in a bus when you're traveling around Europe. But they can do that. They can do very well that programming and that playing. But in fact, they're really easy to get along with on a scenario.
Yeah, nobody works with people they don't want to work with. Simple. If you're a bit of a douchebag, you ain't getting signed. If your manager's a bit of a douchebag, you ain't getting signed. Yeah? Just be nice. Right, let's move on. Reputation, funnily enough. Reputation is everything. It precedes you. So start today. Reputation is everything. Yeah? Make sure you start with the right reputation. You can burn it in a minute. It takes a long time to build it. Just do the right thing. Yeah? All right, cool. Now then, just a couple more things, then we're going to get into an activity. People do not buy features, they buy benefits. Yeah? You don't go to your PT because this person can do 500 push-ups in 30 seconds. You do it because they're going to get you fitter, right? That's their feature, but you're buying the benefit. So what can you do for people, right? How is their life going to be better after they work with you, after they sign you, after they hire you? We're always talking about afters, right? What is life going to be like? What problems are you going to solve for them? So you've got to think of them. How is life going to be better for them, right? Okay, cool. Here's a few tips from some industry people. We reached out to a few industry people and just say, how do you make contacts? Then we're going to show you a quick tip. Can we have some sound, please? Oh, yeah, is it? Yeah, amazing. Dan? I'm going to start it again, I think. Yeah. One rule is always do a tech check, yeah? But our sound guy didn't turn up today, so these guys, give them a round of applause for sorting all this out at short notice, yeah? This could have all gone down if these guys are not doing it, so we're going to show them a bit of love right now, and we're going to move on. We'll send this around, and we'll give it to everybody. Don't worry, Dan. We'll give it to, we'll move on. Yeah. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. We can play this later. We'll send it all. We're going to give you a bit of love. It's all good, dude. No worries. Yeah. Can we turn that? Yeah. Nice. All good. Okay. So that was our best stuff in that 2 minutes. So
the best stuff was the people that is not us.
Not us. Yeah. All right then. Okay. So let's make some industry friends. We're gonna Anna. Leia, could you bring out some of the,
And here's my little anecdote to introduce this. A very, very famous manager of a very, very famous artist once said to me that he is often struck by when he does something like this, like maybe a panel, and everybody wants to speak to him afterwards, and he always wants to impress upon them that I'm on the way out, and you guys are on the way up.
I wouldn't say I'm on the way out, but,
Okay. It was his words.
All right, okay.
But he's at the end of his career, albeit a very glittering one, but those people who are about to be of great use to you guys, you're sitting among them.
You're in the company of them, right? You can talk to us, you can talk to Paul, you can talk to all those guys, that's great. But you guys are going to where your contacts are going to come from, and you're going to grow up with each other.
He also said this. It was Stevie Wonder who he was managing.
Okay.
And one day in LA, then they lived in LA, Stevie said, I want to go to the Lakers game tomorrow. And so he worked really hard to get some tickets to the Lakers. And he couldn't get courtside. He got like top of the bowl at the Staples Center, and he sat there next to Stevie Wonder watching the game. And this guy walked past and said, "Hey, mister, tell your friend he looks just like Stevie Wonder." And he said, "Tell him yourself, he's not deaf."
Okay, thank you, Howard. I was so worried about where that was going, but it worked out well, thank you, mate. He knows I get stressed. Oh my gosh. Right, okay, so, right then. I want you to do a quick thing, and then we're going to talk about the theory afterwards. Leia and Anna are going to give you 2 Post-it notes, right? They don't really stick. It's kind of a design fault, but we're going to try. I want you to write on one of the Post-it notes something that you need help with from earlier on, right? We talked about that thing. What is the thing that you need help with, like marketing or admin or something, right? Write on one of the Post-it notes something you need help with. And then on the other Post-it note, sorry, Leia, if you can just move a second. There we go. And then write something you're great at on the other Post-it note, yeah? And just so we're going to open up. Do I need one? Oh, yeah, do I? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in.
Give them the block and then let them pass it around themselves.
And then you're going to we're just going to mingle for a few minutes, and you're going to just walk around and read each other, literally read each other. And you're going to offer help. You're going to ask for help, right? Just lean into it. I know it's going to go, oh, I'm so embarrassed, but don't be embarrassed. Just lean into it, yeah? Going to make friends. Then we're going to talk about the principle afterwards. You've got like 10 minutes to mingle, 10 minutes to do this. Right. And for anybody on the live stream, everybody's going to give their contacts and everything. We're going to connect you guys wherever you are in the world. We're going to connect you afterwards, okay? Okay, people. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to start counting down. Hello, hello, hello. One, two, three.
Okay. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. You're going to all have to come and sit down for the last 10 minutes, then you can go back to networking. I know we're all having fun. Lunch is on its way. Story to me, the party pooper. Sit down for 10 minutes. It's horrible. This is like, you're the worst, right? I'm the worst. Yeah, come on, peeps. Come on. Sit back down. Sit back down. Okay. Okay.
This is
You're going to have loads and loads of time to do this. We just got to finish off. I'm just going to have to drop a bit of science for 10 minutes, and then we're done. Yeah? What's that? It's a practical, life-changing bit of science we're going to drop, yeah?
We're going to need somebody we're going to need somebody's help in a minute.
No, we're not going to need anybody to help me drop science. Thank you very much. I'm going to drop it. Right. Watch this science being dropped. Am I building it up a bit too much?
Yeah. It's actually not that good.
It's not that good. Okay.
No, what I would say is that they're all doing very much what we would hope that they would do. I think that there's too much of that sort of sitting in a standoffish way or sitting looking at your phone. We have to sort of have our lights on and sort of be ready to do that. And so many congratulations already.
Yeah.
You seem very much like you're doing it.
I think the little post-it things work, doesn't it? It's a nice vibe. So we're gonna just do 10 minutes. We've got lunch. Then we're done. We can relax. We've dropped some science. Yeah. Hope you've learned a bit, and you've made some friends. But what you just did then is this theory. It's called the weak tie theory, right? It's a very, very famous and well cited, one of the most cited theories in sociology. And it's from a guy called Professor Granovetter, 1973, and it's still the number one theory in this area. And essentially, the result of it is that you get more opportunities from acquaintances than you do from close friends. So weak ties are defined as those people that you don't meet often, right? A strong tie is somebody that you meet every week, every couple of weeks, but you meet a lot, right? And the theory is that because weak ties are in different circles, there's more information, new information passing between you, more opportunities that you didn't know about. But you're best that you'll know everything about them, right? Absolutely everything. So there's not so much information traveling. And also they tend to be in the same circles, right? So our advice is make as many weak ties in different areas of the creative industries and different areas of the music industry as you can, because that's where you'll get most opportunities. Now, here's a quick graphic. Yes, Howard?
You can't sort of deliberately control. So I'm getting to know you a bit too well, so I want to keep. I want to keep you as a weak tie. Yeah, sorry. I mean, I like you and all, but we're going to have to leave it here.
Yeah, no, that's true. This is true. But you know that person that you know, like a friend of a friend of a friend, and you bump into them at the party, and you only bump into them when you go to your mate's party, and they actually are a fashion designer, or they are interested in painting, right? So you're interested in painting. I'm always interested when I see somebody who's a video director, or a painter, or somebody that works in theatre. I'm always interested because, like I say, we make money when we engage with the other creative industries, right? And so that's what we advise. So here's a graphic. Strong tie is here, somebody who you see often. Weak ties are in different circles, yeah? So you need to be the bridge person between this person and this person. In a sense, let's think about a release. Ed Sheeran is very, very clever at doing this, right? So one of his UK release, he'll get Stormzy to feature. His US, he'll get DJ Khaled, because he knows that they're in different circles, in different territories. That is a very, very smart move strategically, right? Because he's thinking, what circles would I be in? I'm not in DJ Khaled's circle. If I work with them, I'm a weak tie now, and that expands my opportunities. Okay.
It also makes you feel, it actually makes you feel good to make a recommendation to someone. It then becomes something that happens for them. My cousin is a fashion designer, and I know you probably think, of course, because look at him, he's so fashionable. But she'd worked in New York for Donna Karan and Diane van Furstenberg, but she'd come back home to London, and she was getting married, she was with child and so on, but needed a part-time job. As it happens, somebody who my wife knows was leaving her job as a fashion designer and maker for somebody who I can't remember who it is, but they make clothes for royal family and so on like that. And I got my cousin a job in the as a fashion designer. I was like, come on. Of course I roll with fashion designers. This is what, you know, it makes you feel good to do a good thing for someone.
Yeah. So this is the theory, and this is why we advise more industry friends you have in other fields than your own. So if you're a songwriter, moves out of that, you know. You need to know people in publishing, but you also need to know people in records, you need to know people in live, you need to know people at the DSPs, you need to know people at trade bodies, right? These things that you might think on the surface, it's not that sexy, but, you know, trust me, you get to know the trade bodies, the collection societies, all these people are connected with everyone, right? So really think strategically about your actions. Okay? And the more people you know in other fields, the more likely you are to find opportunities. So one of the good examples is, I would suggest, you know, Howard and I and our team, we've taught students for years and years and years, and we've helped thousands of students pass their courses and develop their talents. One of the things I would say is, if you're at a music college, go to the freshers events or go to the other events on the film college around the corner. Don't just stay at your music college. Right? Go to theirs, go to the fashion schools. And then you become an exotic fish in their pool. Oh, so what do you do? Oh, I'm a musician, I'm a beat maker, I'm a this one. Oh, cool, I'm a director. Then all of a sudden they all want to know you, right? Because you're different. So just be strategic about being different. Yes, ma'am.
There's also, to go back to our friend at the back, strategic thinking as opposed to just kind of thinking. That kind of thinking. But actually, the more of that you do, the more you actually find an opportunity. Think, oh, okay, I know. It's the first thing I kind of do when I meet somebody at an event or anything. Okay, you do that. You're a carpenter. And you try and just work out a way that you can connect beyond knowing that that person is a carpenter and they know what you do. And you can find connections and links and the reasons why you work together. That's fascinating.
Absolutely. So let's go back to our task. I would like you now just to... Final thing I'd like you to write down. Then we're going to have lunch, and then we're done, and then we've got tunes, and we're happy. The last thing I would like you to do, I just want you to write down, think about this, write down 3 people that you know. You need to, personal weak tie is somebody you actually know, you've met. So you guys have met today, so you become a weak tie, right? So write down 3 people you know that have got different creative skill to your own. In your network, think about that person. Have a think. If you don't know anybody, one of the to-do list is to know someone, right? So, but if you do, think about, I know that photographer. Write that person's name down. I know that person that is a fashion designer. I know that person that is X or Y. Just give it a thought. Games is another one. Software development. Broadcasting, architecture.
A florist.
Florists. These things like a designs. I know how it sounds like a job, but it's just think about creative output.
Have you seen the Ivy, the big flower display outside every, you know, it's clearly really fashionable these days to put the most immense kind of... That's huge creativity.
Completely, and they might be actually working in theatre. They might actually be working in design. They might be working in interior design, and you find out they're a stylist. And all of a sudden, you are making these weak ties that become valuable. All of a sudden, you've got a stylist in your team. Yeah?
And all of a sudden, you're on a major label, and you're doing a launch party, and you think, I'll have one of those massive arches of flowers. From people going.
I mean, I do that every day. That's what I do. I love the big flower arches. Okay, and the other thing, have you written a couple of people down? Nice one. So the rule from today is reach out, say hello, and just be aware of this theory. Be aware of what you do so you can be a bit more strategic with your energies. And the other thing is just speak to a few people. I think we've all done that. Did anybody make a friend in the last minute? Pretty good, right? So what we're going to do at the end, I think it's here actually. If you want to just grab this, I hope this is the one. If you want to just grab this screenshot, you can do it later. But if you're interested in connecting with everybody here today, everybody on the stream, and those people, just fill in this and we will send it. We'll email you this list. Now, just be aware that we're going to, if you fill it in, that means you want us to share your Instagram or your TikToks with people. So just make sure you click and agree to us sharing that stuff. We don't want to get in trouble for GDPR reasons. Yeah?
Are we done?
I think we're done.
I'm going to take a picture.
Oh, can I have it? Can I be in it? Can I be in it?
No, you can't.
Oh, are you happy for us to take a picture? Like do it a kind of selfie thing? All right, cool. Right, wait a minute. You got to all cheer after 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm not even on it. Okay, thank you, everybody. Nice to see you. Let's have lunch and let's chill.
Cheers.
Hello, hello. If we could get everyone to start making their way back to the seats. If you can hear me, yeah. Yeah, we've got the next section coming up now. So if everyone could get back to their seats when they can, thanks. We're going to start the next round of discussions now. Thank you, thank you. If you can hear me at the back.
I think I'm going to stand. Yeah, I work better when I stand there.
Yeah, I will sit for now. Then.
Yeah, I'll sit. Sorry.
Move your feet. Get your feet out of the way. It's my bit. I hope you enjoyed the sandwiches and all the rest of it. Thanks ever so much to everyone for sticking around. It suggests that you are enjoying it and that you are having a successful intervention in making some progress, making some plans. Before we start with the afternoon session, we've got Help Musicians, Caroline Hansel and Javis. What's your surname, Javis? Javis Larson from the Ivors Academy, just to tell you in a couple of minutes about the work that they do, which is incredibly important work, and you're musicians, and these are here in your service. So listen up, people. Javis and Caroline, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you. It's really nice to be here with you today. So hello to everyone in the room and hello to everybody online. My name's Caroline Hansel. As Howard just said, I'm the head of musicians development at Help Musicians. Now, how many people in this room have heard of Help Musicians? Great, okay, that's good. So Help Musicians, we're an independent charity that supports professional musicians. And we've been doing that for 100 years. It was our centenary last year. And we support musicians in several different ways. So with your health and well-being, so with your vocal health, your physical health, your hearing health, your mental health. I don't know if any of you have heard of Music Minds Matter. So that's a service that we run. It's 24/7, and you can speak to a counsellor, you can ring up. It's so important at the moment within the industry. And the good thing about Music Minds Matter is that it's not just for professional musicians. A lot of our support at the charity is, but Music Minds Matter is for the whole industry. So if you're a manager or you're working for a label, and you just need someone to talk to, you just need that listening ear, then you can do Music Minds Matter as well. I'm going up and down with my sound here. No. But we also support with your creative practice. So if you're at that stage in your career and you would like to record and release music, you can apply to us for up to £3,000 of support. If you'd like to learn a new skill, you can apply to us for up to £1,500. And again, if you're at that point in your career that you'd like to tour or you'd like to do some live performance in some form, you can apply to us for up to £5,000. But we're also there for your professional development and building confidence in your business skills, because actually we want to support you to find that balance between all those key areas of your career so that you can reach your potential and you can really thrive. But what we're here today talking about is that skills knowledge and that building your knowledge in the area of the business of music. We've been working with the Ivors Academy now for quite a few years, specifically around mentoring. Because we know as musicians, you can't possibly know everything there is to know about the music industry. And so having that support, having that industry expert to help you on your way is really invaluable. But actually why we're interested in working with TheWrd as well, it's about access to learning that we're interested in outside of those formal education routes. And that's what TheWrd is providing. So we want to help you to learn new skills, to build your knowledge so that you can sustain your career, you can get back to work, and you can keep earning money. So we're thrilled to be here today with you. It's been a great first session. I know there's a great afternoon session coming up, so I'm not going to say very much more. But if you would like to get in touch with us, please go to our website. Just punch Help Musicians into your browser and we'll come up. If you're not sure how we can help you, you can book a one-to-one call and just talk to somebody about where you are at the moment with your career, and they can advise you on where Help Musicians might be able to help you. But we offer a lifetime of support. So you might not need our help right now, but you might need it in the future. So please do pick the phone up and have a chat with us. We'd love to hear from you. Right, I'm going to hand over to Javis.
Thanks, Caroline. Hello, everyone. I'm Javis. I know I've spoken to a few of you out in the crowd, but hello, everyone. Hi, everyone online. I'm going to start with a similar question to ask, how many of you have heard of the Ivors Academy? So not as many, right? And most of you who do know, is it because of the award ceremony? Yes. So what most people do know us for is because of our award ceremony that we hold once a year. Well, actually, 2 award ceremonies, the second one being for composers. So we have the Ivor Novella Awards, formerly known as the Ivor Awards, and the Ivors Composers Awards, which we have in the latter part of the year. But what most people don't know about our company is that we offer benefits and services to our members. And one of those benefits that most people might know of is the campaigning that we do on behalf of the industry. We work very hard to lobby the major labels and government and all the industry bodies to really make the industry more fair for music creators who are our members. And I might not have said it yet, but our main membership is for songwriters and composers who are what we feel are the heartbeat and the pulse of music, the start of music. So we really campaign government and really lobby the major companies and all the other companies in the industry to make the industry more fair, more equitable, pay more for the people who make the music first. That's one of the core benefits that you don't actually even have to be a member of Ivors Academy to get, because we do that regardless if you're a member of ours or not. We also have another, so the awards is our celebrating strand. The campaigning is our campaigning strand. We have a cultivating strand that we do to our members where we give them the opportunity to create and build their own professional development within their fields. So that includes a few things. That mainly is the events that we hold, which are some events similar to this, where we have people come and speak, bring business insights, and allow our members to increase their own knowledge about the business side of the industry. But we also have other benefits and services like insurance cover for our members, and we give them legal referral services and the legal hotlines that they can call, and we also give contract templates and other resources and guides that they can access as well. And then the final thing I'll talk about for our members is the programs that we offer. As Caroline said, with Help Musicians UK, we have the mentoring programs, but we also have a leadership development program that we give younger up-and-coming musicians in Ivors Academy an opportunity to be co-opted onto our boards and our councils, so they have a say in what the Ivors Academy pays attention to and focuses on in terms of the campaigns that we run. And the final program I'll speak to is an artist development program, which is recently about to start. It's year 2, and applications are open now. And sorry about that, but yeah, applications are open now for year 2 for the Inside Track program, which is an artist development program, and allows people to work with Cass the Beatmaker, who is a very, if you know, like back in the day, UK hip hop, Plan B, and Akala, he was one of the drummers and the guy who produced for these people. So he's very well known in the hip hop scene, and he helps these 4 artists develop 2 tracks produced by him and sort of guides them the way of releasing and professionally sort of navigating the industry with those tracks. So applications are open for that. You do have to be a member to apply for this program, but I will let people know that there are bursaries for people who, we are in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and we know that it's not easily affordable for people to pay their memberships. But if you are under 25, we have a discounted rate of £50 per year, but if you can't pay that and there's a financial barrier, there are bursaries that will allow you to fund your first year membership. So I encourage you, like Caroline said, to go check our website, IvorsAcademy.com, and reach out to us. You can reach me at membership@IvorsAcademy.com. So if you have any questions, if you want to know about the bursaries or any of the programs we run, all the information is on our website, but we're always there to answer any questions you might have. So I think that about sums up everything. So if anyone has any questions, I'll be around for the rest of the day, so catch me up.
Thank you so much, Caroline and Javis, for your continued support and collaboration with all that we're doing. Yeah, speak to those guys if you get a chance this afternoon. I'm setting up the chairs here for those people who are about to come and speak. We've got an in-conversation between the... I thought are you not going to sit up here? All right, okay, cool. Well, I'll hand over to Ian, who's going to introduce the next little bit.
Thank you, mate. Good. We need a big Hackney Wick welcome for Oscar-winning, multi-Grammy Award-winning producer, songwriter, Mr. Paul Epworth.
Thank you.
And also, let's even have a bigger welcome for Matt Taylor, who no one knows. Oh, Matt. Matt is the executive director of the Music Producers Guild, and he's also a Rising Star award-winning engineer himself. So rather than me ask questions, I'm going to kind of start these guys off, and then we're just going to have a kind of a conversation. Now, after this, then we've got a really cool panel. So, and then we've got some small group discussions. So what I'd like you to do, if you don't mind, is write your questions down, but keep them for the discussion, because you're going to get chance to sit in a small group with these guys and ask your questions almost one-to-one, right? So we're going to stick to the structured questions on the chat and the panel. Write your questions down, and then you're going to get some face-to-face time and be able to ask those questions and get more specific answers. Are we good for that? Yeah? Okay. Same for you guys. If you've got any questions online, get them through to us. Right then, I'm going to kick it off. Paul, thanks for joining us, mate.
Thank you, Ian.
And it's quite nice that you're a massive Tottenham Hotspur fan.
Bit too close to West Ham.
It's a bit too close to West Ham for you. I know, but that's why I'm saying thank you for joining us, coming this side. Right, and Matt, okay, I'm going to kick it off, and then we're going to work through some questions. First of all, how did you, if you can give us, actually, Matt, oh yeah, I'm going to give you my
Pass the mic.
Pass the mic on the left-hand side.
very good. If I'd said that, that would have got a groan. Okay, we're going to kick it off with, if you could give us a little bit of a background. Start with Matt, if that's all right. Yeah. How did you first get started in the creative industries? And that could be not just music, but how did you get started?
Well, I grew up in care, and then because when I was in care, I think it's still the same now anyway, but when you're 16, you just can't go and sign on to the dole. So I had to go and do some education, and I picked a BTech music technology, and did that. And I'd things got out of hand really, and I'm sort of here sat here today talking about being in music.
What do you mean things got out of hand?
Well, I mean, I started playing guitar and thought, I'm going to be a musician. This is the way it is. Done a music technology BTech, which has got nothing to do with being a musician. And I record music instead. That's what I mean, it got out of hand. I started recording and,
Never look back.
I do look back, yeah. I look at main stage at Glastonbury and think, could have been me.
Yes, you might have had the skills for it. I didn't.
So how did you start, Paul?
Me,
how did you start, Paul? I'm just doing that for the...
I was, playing in bands, sort of making music on a 4-track at home in the days before computers were readily available to make music on. That shows my age. And then always thought there was... So I had to find another career outside of music just in case I never became a rock star. And then quickly became clear that I didn't have the skills to become a rock star, either vocally, guitar-wise. Went to apply to a BTech course in rock and performing music, and I wasn't good enough to get on the course. Didn't have the qualifications and failed GCSE music. And then I thought, well, I better do something else. And I thought maybe I should do video. And halfway through this video production course and film studies, I just went, no, I'm going to do a sound engineering course. And then went off and did that, and it was like 3 days a week for 8 weeks. And after that, luckily there was a county council funded venue just in the town next to where I grew up. And I went in and went, have you got any jobs? And they went, yeah, come and, so I sort of went and, start doing the very basics from the ground up. And I spent 2 years there recording bands and recording different stuff and recording my own band. And then after the world began to feel a bit smaller, I sort of sent some CVs out with a bit, I had 2 years experience. And then ended up, the first place that replied was Air Studios, which is George Martin's place over in Hampstead. And so I got a job there and had to relearn everything I thought I knew from scratch. Making tea, working 72-hour days sometimes without sleep. I'm not even joking. It was insane. And then did that for about 3 years, and then wanted to learn more about the computer production side. But because I left Air Studios the week they bought their first Pro Tools setup. Right, that gives you an idea of how long. This is 1996. And I went to Strongroom, which is down in Shoreditch, and worked there for a couple of years. And then it's sort of off. I knew I had the sort of basic skill set, 4 or 5 years experience, and then Strongroom I got another couple, and then you go somewhere else and pick up a bit more. And then the studio work seemed to dry up a bit, and I ended up doing something totally different, which is setting up a music venue, which is 93 Feet East in Brick Lane. But because I'd had a bit of live experience in this county council studio and venue, I was able to do that. And so I did a lot of touring with bands, doing live sound for them. And around this time, 93 Feet East acquired a studio just across the courtyard. Has anyone been to 93 Feet East? Yeah? And they had this studio across the courtyard, and basically to keep me sweet, because I'd helped set the place up, but I didn't have shares in the business, they sort of went, yeah, you can just run the studio and make as much money as you can out of it for the company. But I basically had the studio to myself, and so I had a couple of years of just really doing it on my own, and I really learned how to be a producer. It wasn't like there was anyone else to fall back on or to judge my work. I had to just go, this is what I like, and I was obviously exposed to lots of good music in the club, and you sort of put it all together. But I think, if any creative industry, it's there's never a direct path, You have to do lots of different things, even if you have having to do a job outside of it to support yourself while you're getting going. I mean, a month before I got my first production as a producer contract, I was stacking boxes in Richard Sound's warehouse for 50 quid a day, cash, right? Sometimes you have to do it, It's a hustle.
To first fund my recording endeavours was just playing I'm a Believer in a pub every Friday, Saturday night. It doesn't half get soul destroyed.
Just that one song.
There is always
over and over again.
Hey, I'm good at it, you know.
Yeah, I think you totally nailed it by now.
So what kind of... Oh, is this for Paul? Yeah. What, nothing for me?
Legend, mate. Thank you.
He's a star, you know.
Star. Finally had someone making tea for me.
So what kind of, would you say, what barriers did you have to overcome to get where you are to be, you know, executive director over the MPG?
Well, I really love this industry because once you're in it, there is no sort of class issue. But getting into it, there is, and it's and that was the thing that I found the hardest. I didn't do the normal London thing that people do in our industry, which is go and do a degree and then somehow manage to magic up an assistant job in London because I just couldn't afford it. I don't have family to fall back on.
Yeah.
So I just had to be as tenacious as possible, which was I managed to find a studio opening in Oxford who needed an engineer, and I just managed to convince them over a period of like 3 months to take me. And that was sort of just constantly dropping in, calling them, being super interested in everything that they had, everything they did, what they wanted to achieve.
I think that's a really important point. It's is your people see your desire, people see your application, and they see how invested you are in it. And even if it's for your own self-interest, your desire to do it. Like you can have people who are technically amazing and have all the experience in the world, but if you're in a studio with people and you can just feel there's that one person who just can't quite be asked to give 95%. You want 110%. They can't be quite. You feel it, and then everyone else goes.
Yeah.
And the whole vibe goes. You have to be, that enthusiasm and investment, and the thing is, and what that does, it means you get 110% more experience than the person who's giving 95%. They get 95% experience because their investment is only 95%. So you totally get back what you put in, and that means you move faster. It's like the compound experience goes up faster than someone who's, And that's all it is.
Also, the 95% person doesn't last very long.
Exactly.
It's often out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Well, it's that interesting thing Paul said. When I was a publisher, we had a studio at the side of on the publishing company. And we're in a creative environment. So if you get one bad apple that pulls like a mood hoover, somebody that kills the vibe, it kind of kills the
vibe.
Yeah,
They're gone in a heartbeat.
They are gone. Because you can't risk that.
Yeah, you can't.
Cool. And so barriers for you, Paul. What would you think would have been your biggest barriers that you had to overcome to get to where you are now?
Well, I was fortunate that my mum paid for I was 18. She paid for my college course, which is, I think it's £500. And I was very fortunate to have that. And I had a little bit of support from my parents from what they might have saved up for my further education for a couple of years just to get me going, because obviously the wages you earn I was earning £5,000 a year living in London in my first job, and I could probably double that with overtime. So I was easily doing 100 hours a week without any question. That was just normal. But in terms of barriers, I think it was probably, like you say, unless you're based in London, then there has to be somewhere that you can start out that is low pressure enough for you to be able to make the mistakes. It's really important to make mistakes in everything you do. It's the only way you learn. You go, so even especially like creatively or practically, you just, you have to do it to acquire the knowledge. But for me, it was like geographically, a train ticket to come and get into London to do a job would have been, at the time, it was probably £250 a month. Now it's a lot more than that, it's kind of, if it's not that, it's London rents. It's the cost, especially at the moment, and this is one of the things why this is so important, is that, you've got to be able to get to the stage where you can earn enough to be able to afford to live where is appropriate to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the point at which I moved to London was when the studio manager came to me and said, listen, I need to talk to you. We are spending more in taxis home for you than we are paying you in wages at the moment. And we're charging you back to the client, but we don't think that's appropriate. I was like, okay, I'll better move.
Did you get a pay rise?
No,
Fuck.
no pay rise, sadly.
And so organisations, obviously, like TheWrd, and you know, one, we really appreciate you being here today on a Saturday and everything, and it's really gracious of you. But you know, coming to that, why do you think it's not just TheWrd, but organisations like TheWrd? How would they have? Why are they important, and how would they have helped you overcome? Yeah, straight on social. Did you get that on social media? Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, how would they have helped you back then, and why are they important?
I mean, the reason why I like TheWrd is, sorry, I left this out when I said how did I get in. So when I was 24, I finally realised I needed to go to uni. I did not just realise, but I finally got the grades to go to uni because I was expelled at 14 and left with 2 GCSEs. So by the time so by the time I was able to go, I was 24, and I was like, right. But it was when I got to my 3rd year, I realised I was like, right. So I might have all this, and it was a good uni or whatever, but how do I get in? It was still that barrier of how do you get in, and other people in the course somehow figured it out, but I didn't know, and that's what TheWrd does really well. What I like about it is it recognises that barrier. It doesn't matter if you could be out doing loads of stuff, but if you can't figure out how to get in, that's the main barrier, and that's what it would have helped with, really.
So just opening access and opening those doors.
Yeah, and
getting in a room.
Getting in a room, but doing it in a supported way. I like these kind of events. I'm a nervous wreck. I don't know how to talk to people in a normal way.
You're doing well, mate.
Yeah, great job.
I just go up to someone and go, "Hi, I'm Matt. How are you?" I never learned that because that's what the care system does to people, and things like this sort of teach you how to do. I've kind of had to learn how to do this weirdly, and this sort of gives you a nice, safe environment where you can sort of make those connections. So some of you here might end up talking to Paul or myself, and we'll go, "Oh, you're really great. Why don't you?" Paul has an amazing studio. If you're into studio stuff, he's a good connection to have, and you've got him here. I mean, what more? I mean, I would have killed for that, right?
I mean, it is. I remember.
I wouldn't have known how to get in touch with Paul 3 years ago. I left uni 3 years ago. I wouldn't have known how to do it.
Yeah.
But it's like, I just remember being in my hometown, and the idea of going to a studio in London seemed like so exotic and exciting, and there were quite a few sort of session musicians who lived in my town, and it was always this kind of. I think they enjoyed the sort of mythology, they enjoyed swanning around with the mythology of it, But it's hard because you kind of, you get, you do get a lot of CVs, and then you have to filter the ones which are, people who've got the most experience. How do you get that first bit of experience? I was lucky that there was a county council funded place that got me started. That meant I wasn't just going in green. Or do you have to have the means to pay for a university course? But now, this is what this is why I was so excited about this initiative, is that it seeks to sort of find a path through that appears much simpler and much more coherent and connected with people like myself and some of the other people who are involved within the business. There's I think it's you've got to try and. It's just you've got to just get you do anything you can to try. Sometimes you have to work for free. Just it's like, oh yeah, I'll come and do that. I'll come and help out, or I'll come and help set the sound system up, or I'll come and help set the speakers up, and I'll give you a hand patching that in. And I guess in context for all my engineering team came in on work experience. And that was the point where we weren't paying them, but we weren't paying work experience people. They wanted to come in.
That's changed a little bit now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, yeah.
Because, I think, when we first started out in the 90s, it was kind of the done thing, right? and you did have to work a bit for free. But and I'm pleased to say that we are seeing that change a little bit. And I was just saying, I mean, Paul is absolutely one of the most generous human beings I've ever met, and so he's personally donated, personally invested his time and his energy, his money into the Word, doing these great things. So, but you know, and thankfully the industry is changing a little bit, where it is saying here's some paid work, because not everybody needs, you know, some people just need to work, right? They can't, you know. And
there's now there's definite structures around internship, and they're much tighter about the idea of you being a freelancer working X amount of it. You know, you can't just have someone freelance who works full time.
Yeah.
You know, they've tightened up all these sort of loopholes that people have used. And it's, you know, sometimes as a business owner it can be a challenge, especially when your business is like this and like this and like this and like this, you know.
Yeah.
But like, I guess the point I was making is that someone who sent his CV in and managed to get into the room on one of, like, every week there'd be a different work experience to come and tidy up and dust down the gear and make tea and go and grab food and run errands. You know, 4 of them have come through my studio, and 4 of those people now are engineers with experience of engineering records for me. You know, so they, you know, the guy who was picking fruit in a farm in Canada thought, oh God, I'm going to go to with my girlfriend to London. He's now worked for me he's worked for me for 7 years. You know, and it's about his time to go off and, you know, fly the nest and go and be a producer in his own right. So, you know, there's always a consistent sort of desire to, like, you know, you come in and you do some of the shit work to start with, and then you're in, and your enthusiasm, your investment, your time investment, you acquire the knowledge, and you learn how to build relationships within a studio environment. Is quite oppressive, isn't it? Sometimes, especially when it's tense. But, like, you know, you learn how to, you know, you learn the techniques of trying to sort of, you know, diffuse conflict and to make people feel good about what they do, and you know, I mean, there's a very famous producer called Flood, and who his main comment was that Drought never made it. Drought never made any tea. Flood made a lot of tea, but he said it goes to show the value.
How he got his name.
This goes to show the value of looking after people. You know.
Yeah,
you know, you're the guy there at 4 a.m. Another cup of tea, and everyone's like, yeah, great, fine. He's great to have around, isn't he? You know.
So if we think about where the industry is going, I'm just going to move on to the next section, if that's all right. Guys, if you just give me a nod when in terms of time, because we're just going to chat, right? And you just tell us when to stop, because I love chatting to these guys. So, well, we were supposed to stop 5 minutes ago. Another 5 minutes? We've got another 5 minutes. All right. Keep your questions for the next spot, right? So I'm going to ask a couple of more questions. Okay, then. So what do you think, purely from a production point of view, from a record production point of view, what do you think are the biggest challenges in your area right now, record production?
Do you mean like getting into the industry?
Whatever you want to pick up on, just like general. It could be like the production sector, or it could be production as a micro level.
I mean, I'd been engineering for. I mean, I'd been engineering for about 10 years before I got my first production job, and it was hard making the jump from runner to assistant, and it was harder still making the jump from assistant to engineer, and it was way harder going from engineer to producer, because it meant that someone had to back you and take the risk on you to make that jump. And it took me about 2 years of just going, I'm going to give up. If something doesn't happen, I'm just going to give this up and I'm going to try something else. And I'm glad I didn't, because so the point at which I was about to throw the towel in, just a couple of random things happened, which was just sort of chance meetings that meant that suddenly I was offered an opportunity if someone's like not spending too much money on it, and then invest in it. I nailed it. And from that point on, it was just I was credited as a producer, and past that point, I was a producer.
And so, in terms of the challenge today, are you saying it's harder today or easier today?
I think it's easier today because the whole concept of production has been democratized by GarageBand, Ableton, Logic, Fruity Loops. You know.
So you think that it was a challenge for you back in the day, but it's a bit more of an opportunity today.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, everyone who's got a phone has got GarageBand on it. You learn how to make music, right? It's like, you know, so, and it's like, if you've got the ideas and you've got the time to sit there and put a track together, I mean, I watched my 8-year-old son doing it. You know, he was like drag, drop, 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 and he's like just trust in your ear, no, not filtering out what he's doing. And it's like I sit and listen. And I go, that's actually really good, you know. And the thing is that the more you do it, the better you get, and the quicker you get at sort of picking the right things. And then you stick a vocal on it, upload to SoundCloud. Done. You're a producer. Right. All it takes past that point is someone going, "Oh, that's really great. I'll
do that on my record."
Yeah.
Basically.
Can I do that on my record,
you.
or can I license that and put it out?
Yeah.
You know, or can I sign you and put it out?
Yeah.
Don't sign, license. No.
Yes.
Keep your masters. But it's just that. It's just that the digital revolution has really democratized the creative industry, so that. You know, the era I grew up in, the only people who could afford to use a decent studio were record companies paying for it. And of course, the reason they did that was because the record deals that they still offer people are based on the principle of loan shark, right? We'll give you some money, and then you give me 85% of what you earn from it. You're like, well, who in their right mind in any other business in the world would do that? It's ridiculous. You know, and that eventually will change. So in terms of how things will shift, those at some point, those business archetypes will change, along with in the same way that the digital world has democratized the way music's made. I think. I hope.
I mean it's a good
It'll
point.
Be blockchain.
Matt, so biggest challenges, biggest opportunities for you?
I mean, in terms of opportunities, I think Paul's pretty nailed it. There's no reason why you can't learn a lot of it at home. If you're dedicated enough. I mean, that's kind of like what I did anyway.
Need the hardware.
Need the hardware, yeah, but that's getting cheaper.
Yeah.
Secondhand, you could probably buy what was considered a professional Pro Tools rig when Paul was starting for like 300 quid now.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't, but you could.
Yeah.
But the challenges are with the way energy bills are at the moment, the studios are closing. So there's less studios, but then, I often think of the factory record story. They saw, the reason why it was called factory is because there were so many factories closing, so they thought, why not have a factory opening? So with every studio that closes, that you could be the next person who's opening a studio, because it's not actually that expensive anymore.
But it's also the fact that you need a laptop, a little interface, a mic cable, and a microphone, and then you can record anything,
Yeah.
Or you can do it all inside the computer using Splice or something, but if you want, one microphone, one interface, and a even an iPad or a phone, you can make a record.
So we're going to have one last quick question. You're going to get a chance to ask these guys some more questions in a minute. I want to talk to them all afternoon, but sadly we can't. But we've got another great panel coming. But just 15 seconds. What is your top tip, Paul, for someone trying to be a producer today? 15 seconds, top tip.
Do I get 15 seconds to think about it? God, top tip.
5 seconds left.
5 seconds. I know. Can I phone a friend? I think I can only speak about my own experience. Was that I listened to as much music as possible, of all different times, all different kinds, all different eras. I learned as much as I could about the way those records were made and the music was made. Now you can just go on YouTube and there's a million and one beat deconstructions and people re-recording stuff to show you how they do it. And you've got all the information that I had to sort of glean from books or magazines. It's all there that shows you exactly how to do it. But my thing was that I was not the best engineer, and I wasn't the best producer, and I wasn't the most diligent assistant. I definitely made a few mistakes along the way, and I was a good T-boy, but that doesn't really say much about my skills. But all the people I worked with over the years, who were my peers, who were way better and more talented than I was the one who stuck it out longest, and I worked harder. I worked longer hours than they did. I'd finish a session at 4 o'clock on a Sunday morning. I'd get the cab home to my house, go and grab all my gear, go straight back to the studio, set up, and I'd make music till 4 o'clock on the Monday morning. Go home, get 4 hours sleep, and go back into work on the Monday. So I was always just like, that's all I wanted to do. And I knew I had to apply myself to be able to get the skills and the knowledge to be able to get where I wanted. Because I didn't have any qualifications. There's nothing else I wanted to do. I didn't have any other skill sets I could use. So in a sense, like, it's, you know, by limiting my choices, I'm limiting my options. I just had to make it work. But the weird thing is that actually within a recording, when you're making music, they say that the sort of restriction is the mother of creativity, right? So limiting your options in the creative process, be it art or, be it art, music, whatever, it's like using, I'm only going to use 4 colours on this canvas, on this oil canvas, and see what you can do with it, right?
So similar to what happened to me, actually,
Yeah.
because my social worker said, but you need to think of something else to do. And I went, no. Because if I have a fallback option, I will fall back on that option.
So I'm gonna have to. I could listen all day, but we've got 10 seconds.
I
now.
mean, it's sort of echoing what he says.
Top
which
tip
is
for being a
basically
producer.
just being so obsessed. Like, there's a Marco Pierre White quote, which is perfection is doing loads of tiny things well. That's it. Just whatever in terms of production, writing, whatever, just learn your craft and learn it well. Be obsessed about it to an unbelievably scary level.
Because there's always people out there who don't want it as much as you.
Yeah.
Right? You've just got to want it more than everyone else to be the one that's ready to take the opportunities when they arise.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, big up Paul Epworth, Matt Taylor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cool.
Cool. Shown. One of the things that we do is we like to ask the same questions almost to lots and lots of different people in order to get their insights, because I think it shows a great swathe, and it's quite good to make educational content from that. I'm going to sit down now so you can see these folks, and I'll have them introduce themselves. Matt has already been. We know that he's an award-winning producer and all that. Okay. So why don't you start, Minna, and tell us about yourself?
Hi, I'm Minna. I am an artist manager. I work for a company called Moshi Moshi, which is a small record label and a management company. And I do a bit of work for the label, but mainly concentrate on artist management.
Thank you very much, Minna. Sorry, I pronounced it incorrectly, didn't I? Clem?
Hi, I'm Clem. Hello, everyone. I'm a music agent. I work at Wesserman Music, which is a big American company that does entertainment and sports, and I'm part of the music division based out of the London office.
Brilliant. And Ben?
Hiya. I am an A&R for an independent publishing company called Reservoir. It's a New York-based company, but I work in the London office.
Awesome. So we've got a publisher, we've got an agent, we've got an artist manager, and we've got a producer in the room. The artist manager also works for a record label, so you have two hats on. Can you, because everybody wants to know, who are the famous pop stars that you work with? Minna, you can start.
The artists that I currently work with, we manage a band called Metronomy. I work with artists called Rossi Plain, and then we got bands, the Umlauts and Falle Nioki. Those are the artists that we currently manage. In the past, I've worked with Goldfrapp and Ladytron, and when I started, I worked for a heavy metal record label, and one of the bands was Cradle of Filth.
Okay, and Clem?
Well, I have a very broad roster made of very different artists. So, arena artists like Stromae, big Belgian artist. Loads of jazz artists, Pharoah Sanders, Kokoroko, Alchemist, artists from New Orleans, big Frida artists from, Pablo Vittar from Brazil, so loads of artists in the LGBTQ lane, and just sort of every artist that has a story, really. And then with the company, we do Imagine Dragons and Lewis Capaldi and Billie Eilish, and so yeah.
Cool. And Ben?
Yeah, again, it's pretty broad. I mean, Reservoir's got an incredible roster of talent, including Offset and Takeoff from the Migos, 2 Chainz, Joey Badass, JID, A Boogie with a Hoodie, very heavyweight hip-hop US roster. Got incredible songwriters as well, and I tend to work more closely with songwriters and producers who are writing for, from the UK, Tion Wayne, Hardy Caprio, Asen, then people like Ashniko, JP Cooper, Paloma Faith, there's lots of stuff. But yeah.
A lot of stuff. That's really good. So now you can all know the people who these excellent people work with. By the way, who did you win your award with?
Well, my credits include Frank Turner, if you've heard of him, Katie Tunstall, Amy Wadge, or Wadge, I never know how to pronounce it.
Let's call it Amy.
Amy.
Yeah.
People will think Winehouse, which doesn't help because I'm not that old. I then do some folks. I do everything, me, so...
Brilliant. Well, look, the questions, certainly the first two, how did you get started in the creative industries, and what barriers have you had to overcome to get where you are? I mean, I'm quite happy for you to run with this and sort of share that so that I intervene less often, but please, if anybody's got Ben, why don't you say, how did you first get started and what barriers do you have? And if anybody has a response, then please just carry on.
Yeah, without doing the long, drawn-out version of the story, I grew up writing and producing with my older brothers, obviously very amateur way. They kind of brought me into it. My first love was animals and wildlife. I was convinced I was going to be a vet or something, but they were having none of that. And started teaching me to play the guitar and piano from a young age, then started teaching me to produce on like Cubase and stuff in secondary school. Then I did work experience at a vet and said, no, definitely not. Then, yeah, we, networked a lot, kind of just were doing the slog as teenagers, trying to make it as young producers and writers, a couple of near misses, we were getting into touch with A&R people and managers and stuff. Before I went to uni to study music business at Buckinghamshire New University, studied a course called Music Industry Management with branding and promotion. The course is slightly different now, but still exists there. I now teach on that course. But I did that great course, 3 years, graduated, and then was like, did nothing for like a month, then did nothing for another month, but wondered how am I going to become a producer. Said, well, let me get a job in the business. I did the London thing that Matt was talking about earlier, when you can get an internship because you live in London. I did have to work 12-hour shifts at the weekend to survive, but got an internship with Reservoir. This is 2013. Never produced or wrote another song, and gave that 110%. Was that the figure? And yeah, managed to stick around in the company for 9 years now. And
Okay, so
fell in
that
love
was
with that.
largely, I'm going by your accent here, but that was largely in the southeast of England or London?
That was Peckham, yeah.
Peckham, okay. Clem, you didn't grow up in the UK, or did you?
No, I've been here 13 years. I started off, this is all down to my mum. My mum is to blame. She used to love music, both of them, my parents really. And then one day she met an artist at a concert who said, oh yeah, we're really struggling because we can't find a tour manager. And she said, what's tour manager? And he said, well, someone that goes on the road with us, book our flights, make sure we're on time. Clem, that's for you, for this summer. and so I was like, no. And I ended up doing that. And my first band was a 14-piece band from Mali, touring Europe. It was, I had never done that before. And I did that for 3 months. And then I sort of, enjoyed it. And then a few record labels reached out and then said, oh, do you want to do this tour and this tour? And I ended up going on the road and went around the world really, and then sort of saw the worst side of it, and then started cursing agents. You know, why are we playing at 1 p.m. in front of 10 people? Why this and why that? And then I thought, oh, I want to be part of the change. And so I basically moved to London with a tiny bag, 500 euros, and then sort of worked 137%. Worked for a small London agency, and then they were horrible. I left. Then loads of artists left with me, and then I thought, what am I going to do? I don't know anyone, and that was 11 years ago. Set up my own agency thinking this is going to last 1 year until I find someone who will take me. And then throughout that time, I signed Bobby Womack, did that the Bravest Man in the Universe album tour with him, signed Benjamin Clementine, who went on to win the Mercury Prize, signed Stromae, and then sort of went into the organizations, so, merged with a bigger company and then moved to a bigger company, and that's sort of where I got to.
Cool. And Minna?
I never thought that I would work in music industry. I just loved music and going to see gigs. And I'm from Finland, and the music scene, I was going to clubs and things, and but no one ever came to play in Finland at that time. But then I went to see a gig from my little hometown. I went to the capital of Finland, Helsinki, and I saw Suede. They were doing their first European tour, and I saw them. I'm like, I want to see more of that. And where I can see that, okay, London. And I was 19 years old, and I just decided to go somewhere where I can see lots of gigs. Moved to London, went out as much as possible, and then just did all kinds of odd jobs. Worked in restaurants, and then got a little office job working for solicitor's office. I didn't even know how the English legal system works, but there I was. They thought that maybe this is not like my thing, and just said aloud. I've been going to lots of gigs, met lots of people, and just started to talking to friends, saying like, oh, I'd like to do something to do with music. And then somebody said, oh, they're looking for a receptionist, and it was a small record label, heavy metal record label. Metal wasn't really my thing, but that was my way in, and I actually learned to really appreciate metal music and learned a lot. And
because it doesn't matter what it is, it's kind of the process is the same.
And it was making friends. Like nowadays you say, oh, do lots of networking. I don't think I've ever networked. I just make friends. I've met people who have similar interests and want to make things happen. And yeah, that I ended up at the label. First I was receptionist, then I started to do promotions, work for a bigger label, and then ended up in management and worked for a couple of management companies.
Amazing. Okay, I'm going to go further down this list of questions now, and I'm going to ask you each, and we'll start with you, Matt. What are the top 3 attributes you think you need to do your job?
Okay. You need to be obsessed, as I told you before. Like, I have a super addictive personality. I almost died from taking drugs, but this allows me to keep that part of my personality in check. Right, I can listen to a record and tell you sometimes what compressor's being used, whether that's how obsessed I am. But that obsession helps you work hard. That's the 110% that everyone's talking about. Being super personable, because it's more about people just going, you know what, I really like you. You might not be the best engineer, like with Paul. You might not be the best engineer. You might not be the most talented, but he's great in the studio, isn't he? You just go, yeah, you'd be great fun. And the other thing is just being really tenacious, seeing everything as an opportunity, and just that's what served me so well. Really, is being able to just have that awareness of opportunity and being tenacious about it, not going.
Still tenacity, still, even though you're sort of established and people.
Oh yeah, because it's super competitive, this industry.
Right.
There was although I've had unbelievable barriers, even for the people who may have had it easier, it's still super tough for them. It's just 100 times worse for me. But you still have to be tenacious, because why should you get that job?
Correct. Ben, what about your top 3 attributes to do your job?
Matt's kind of hit what I'd say are the top 3 things. If I had to dig a bit more into it, I wouldn't say necessarily they're like character attributes, but things you can add to yourself that Minna touched on. I'd say it's not an attribute, but network is an asset. And Minna said just making friends. I say every single encounter is a networking opportunity, every conversation. So you're going to need a network, whether it's a network of execs or lawyers or creatives or musicians. You're going to need one. So add that. Passion. This business is super tough. Where everyone seems quite happy on the panel and talking about the joys of it. Everyone's had probably some good times and some wins to reflect on, but it's going to be 99% losses and hard times, and it's going to be passion in those moments that make you wake up and say, I'm going to do it again. It was great listening to Paul and Matt talk about their come up, but you're going to need to really be passionate, not only about music, but you're going to have to develop some kind of passion for the business as well. If you're going to be working at a company or being a manager or something of that nature, then you're going to need to find some passion for making it work and getting results. And I'd say, a desire to be informed and be constantly seeking knowledge in. Again, that can be in a variety of different areas, but be informed is a key thing. I tell my students on the module I teach as well is whether it's charts, you're up to date on what's hot new music or trends outside of the charts, bubbling niche markets or communities or microcosms, or you're informed about what deals are happening, you're informed about who are the producers, who are the writers, who's available, where are the studios. Find some knowledge, because that's going to be valuable to people. Be informed is key.
Two things spring to mind from what you've each said so far. When you've said making friends, you've said making networks. I bet you do know Marsha Shandur, who does this speaking. She's kind of a networking expert, but she calls it making friends in the industry, right? Making industry friends. That was one thing. But the other response is, and I mentioned it before you showed up, but that being personable, which everybody has said so far, is really important if you're going to be getting onto a bus with somebody for a month or so. Now, you did it with 14 people with your first job. Crikey.
The only thing I'd say, and going back to we had Music Minds.
Music Minds Matter.
Music Minds Matter. At the beginning is the business is going to be tough, so I use the word friends cautiously. Publicly, everyone's your friend, but as you're building relationships in this business, certainly early on, it's not always going to go well. You're gonna get hurt at times. So not everyone is your friend, and be conscious of that as you're building a big network, for sure.
Cool. Clem?
So I have empathy. For me, is going to be one of the biggest quality in that business, because Ben touched on it, but this industry, despite how it's changed or whatever, it spits out artists as quickly as it brings them in, and it's hard for artists. It's hard because 1 minute you're the hot artist, you've got loads of your TikTok check, your Instagram check, everything is great. You get signed to a label and you don't deliver 2 or 3 singles, and then you're dropped by the label, by the agent, by the lawyer, all of that. And I know it sounds like a horror story, but so many artists actually go through that. And so you have to be tough, you have to be open-minded, and you always have to, as an agent, I don't put, even if artists say I want to make money and I want to do 5 shows in a row, I will say no, you can't do 5 shows in a row because you'll burn out, and next year there's no touring for you. And so that's the big challenge we have to overcome. We have to, you've all seen the Amy documentary, and when you've seen that, you sort of can't look away. That's a reality still today. So I'd say empathy, open-mindedness, and then passion, because you do have to look over your shoulder as an agent. It's often 10 of us pitching for the same artist, 10 of us giving them our spiel, 10 of us trying to convince them that we're better than the other. And it's just that personable thing that will cut it, that relationship, the fact that the artist wants to be represented by you, that you are the right person to talk on their behalf. So, yeah.
Really nice and inspiring to hear you saying that. We spoke this morning about the roles of artist managers, agents, promoters, and so on, publishers. And quite sort of shamefully, in a way, we didn't touch that much on the support of ourselves and the support of the artists. So, I know that a good friend of mine manages a number of artists, and really does focus now on the mental health of those artists and looking after them. So it's nice to hear you say that important stuff, that you wouldn't do 8 or 5 in a row. Do you consider that as an artist manager part of your role as well?
Yeah, a huge part. I really loved the word that you used, empathy. I was trying to think, I was thinking emotional intelligence, and that being able to build connections and build trust with people, and especially in artist management, you have responsibility of that person not just their professional career, but their well-being as a person. So it's not, life is not just work. You have to have other things in life, so keep those things in mind.
You probably can ask another question, just to touch on, because didn't speak on barriers and related to our mental health as execs and as creatives, and things we have to be conscious of as publishers and as managers. But and for you guys in here, I mean, it's an incredibly diverse room, which I think is just absolutely incredible. Also a diverse panel, and your identity. There are things that may make it harder for you. There may be barriers, whether it's being a person of color, certainly something that was a challenge for me at times in certain conversations, in certain rooms, certain types of music you're trying to work with. Reservoir is a female-led company, and a lot of my bosses are incredible, inspirational women in the business, and I've learned a lot from them. And I know for the ladies, that's also going to be a challenge, because it's an incredibly white male-dominated business in many, many rooms and organizations, and in different capacities. That's going to challenge you, and be conscious of the dynamics where that can be a factor.
One other thing that I was thinking, things that are important in my job, is to keep curious mind, and not be afraid to ask questions, not be afraid to be the person who doesn't know, and then finding who does know about these things, and finding out, being open-minded to learn things constantly. So I'm here because I want to learn from you and from the other people here.
Indeed, yeah. There's one of my favorites is, if you want to learn something, teach it. which is something that I really kind of live by now. Matt, do you have anything to say? By the way, people behind me who I'm not looking at, but if you want to stop me, then you stop me, but I'm just going to keep going, okay? Okay, very good. Matt?
I mean, I think that's, just trying to think what I can add to that, really. I mean, I'll just echo it more. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just question what you do, which is, don't just do things because, you know, that's how you've always done them. Or you think, why am I doing this now? And know everything that's going on in your industry.
There's one thing, it might sound a bit weird, but you know, sometimes it's not always about the music you love that gets you in this business, as Mina has said, and but I remember I've always been a very, you know, everyone sort of makes fun of me in the company because I'm always about, I will only sign what I like, what I will listen to at home, what I will, you know, what I will live with in my earphones. And then one day someone sent me some music from this Brazilian artist it was really, really pop, not something I would have put on at home. And I was like, I don't know, I can't defend this if I can't really listen to it, close my eyes and be like, And then I went online and, you know, and then discovered that, you know, she was one of the biggest drag queen out of Brazil, and that she stood up against Bolsonaro and became a target and had death threats and stuff. And then suddenly I was like, fucking hell, why did I, you know, sometimes it's not solely about what's in your, you know, what you feel in your gut musically, but just how you make a difference, you know, how, you know, we brought Pablo over, she played to thousands of people in Europe for the first time, and then I looked at the crowds, you know, like, you know, sea of people that were just looking at her, just, you know, she was hope, you know, and there's loads of amazing stories in that industry, and as an agent, it sort of taught me again and again and again that it's about you know, how do you promote people who have something to say? You know, that's really important. And sometimes it might not be the obvious one, or the obvious thing, you know?
Really powerful stuff. I'm reminded of what we discussed this morning, because it's just come up again, the power of asking for help and offering help. And we touched on it this morning, and now these industry experts have come in and validated that, almost like we had planned it. Anyway, one more, not just one more, but I'm going to keep going. Activities that you might do on a typical work day. I think that's often quite interesting for somebody who has not done anything like that before. You, Matt, I think you twist some knobs and you say, yeah, that sounds great. And
what kind of knobs you talking about?
Faders.
You're talking about my nightlife here, right?
Faders. Keep it clean, Matt. Keep it clean.
Nothing to do with me. I mean, how many of you guys produce, engineer here? It's a couple. But you'd know what I'm talking about. It's kind of... Yeah. More... Mine's better. Well, as a sort of engineer producer, my normal activities are sitting on my arse in front of a computer all day, twiddling the keyboard, listening, playing on the computer, and yeah, I don't know, but in terms of like what I do with the guild as a director, that you know, that's more of talking to industry, talking to engineers, studios, seeing what their concerns are, trying to find ways to lobby government to make it fairer for them, and stuff like that. So
I presume that's a lot of meetings, a lot of telephone calls, emails, communicating with people.
Yeah.
Spreadsheets.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Excel.
That's Google Sheets, so other people can edit them and I don't have to.
That's very modern.
Google Sheets, you say?
Yeah. Because we like big companies reading all of our private and confidential information. But yeah, those sort of two hats kind of like, they're very different, but allow me to sort of keep myself sane.
Very good. And Minna, what do you do on a day-to-day?
When people hear that I work in music industry, those who are not working in music industry often react like, oh, that must be so exciting. and there, of course, there are lots of moments that are exciting, but my day-to-day could be pretty much like any office job. I sit in front of my laptop, I fire away lots of emails, I talk on the phone or Zoom. So that could be like any office job. It's just why you're doing it for, and then you have to keep that in mind. Why am I doing this? I'm doing this because I love music. Music is something that is such a big part of my life. I want to help the artist I'm working with. I want to get it out there. So I have to keep that in mind. And then I don't really know where I'm going with this, but it's a office job or working at home job.
Yeah, working from home job. And Clem? Phone, I guess, email?
Yeah, loads of that. So I have a team of people. So because you don't do things alone and you're not successful alone. So in my job, you need good accountants, good assistants, people that, get your artists paid and get, your shows contracted, the visas, paperwork done, all of that, all the, I do mainly deal with managers, artists. I manage expectations, deal with promoters, convince promoters that my artists are the best in the world and therefore they need them in their lives. And if they don't, then they're stupid. I send loads of sad cat memes, loads of GIFs when shows are confirmed. And so, no, I mean, you know, generally, I'm in front of my computer 80% of the time. I'm on the road with artists, maybe more than 20% of the time.
But with your computer with you?
Yeah, with my computer and my phone with me. I spend good amount of time listening to music. I'm not sort of so every agent is different. There's a lot of agents that are just glued to TikTok and Spotify and New Music Friday and stuff. I do a tiny bit of that. Most of my signings come through sort of tips I hear or people who will say, oh, you're going to love this, you should check this out. So that's sort of mainly where I get my tips from and, you know, from artists and stuff. But yeah, you know, booking shows is not rocket science. You have to have a good network. Promoters need to like you. And festivals need to like you. And you need to have a vision. And so you have to, basically you execute, you know, a vision, the artist's vision. And then, you know, along the way you manage, you know, the manager's expectations about how great and how much money their artists are worth at that very moment. But yeah, I have you know, everyone says your job sounds amazing. And, you know, and I've got 5 p.m. deadlines. If you don't confirm this Glastonbury offer, it's off the table. And I'm like, is the manager going to confirm? So I do loads of that and I bring that back home and my partner's like, please don't talk to me about your deadlines. Is someone going to die? No? Well, then I don't want to know about it.
I'm interested in your, when you said you were tour managing, you would have, would you have been involved in getting visas back then and organising visas?
Yeah,
so now
yeah.
you know about that
Yeah.
process.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
exactly what needs to be done.
You know, we're lucky here. I don't know, you know, how many of you are from London, from the UK and stuff, but I bring artists from all over the world and a lot of artists that require visas to actually come and perform here. And it's awful. It was awful 10 years ago. It just got worse. And artists that have had, you know, that sold out Brixton Academy shows that can't get visas this year because, you know, the Home Office is prioritizing Ukrainian refugee applications, and then you don't see Ukrainian refugees coming to the UK. And then you're sort of thinking, you know, what are you doing? And then, you know, loads of artists that used to love coming over here sort of feel it's personal. Is it because I'm black? Is it because I'm Ethiopian? Is it because, you know, I'm from Algeria and, you know, people think that, you know, I'm from a, you know, Muslim country, something is wrong with me. It just sort of created a lot of anxiety, insecurity. And, you know, we just take crossing borders for granted. We think, you know, we'll have our passport, we can go anywhere. But it's not the case for a lot of people, and for people to be able to stand on a stage or stand on a stage at Glastonbury or stand on a stage on a sold-out show at Brixton Academy. They've sold the tickets under their name, and they can't get a bloody visa. That's just, you know, that drives me nuts. So yeah, I spend a lot of time lobbying government and visas issues as well.
Okay. I wish you wouldn't sit on the fence on these issues, Clem.
Really annoying.
Very clearly.
Let's not talk about Brexit.
Okay. You said the word. I never said that. Okay, Ben, hit me with 3 light-hearted things that you do on a daily basis.
It's hard to follow that, actually. These guys, maybe less like Matt, a lot of it is on the computer, and in the emails, but I'd say the largest portion of my time is spent, and I mentioned I work closely with a lot of writers and producers, and probably from my upbringing, I'm drawn to them, although I work with artists as well. And a good portion of my time is spent trying to help facilitate them with creating great music, creating great songs. Songs are the lifeblood of our business, but certainly for us as publishers, even though we always get mentioned last in any conversation about organizations in the business, but that's a personal
Ian,
thing.
a publisher, did that very thing today.
I noticed. Don't
Save
worry,
the
it's
best till
fine.
last.
So, what's that?
Saving the best till last.
Well, yeah.
The middle, like you
Yeah,
don't want to be in.
exactly.
No one remembers the middle.
So, but yeah, it's one, helping our incredible roster of writers, producers get into situations, setting up sessions for creating great music, and then a lot of energy making that music make them and hopefully us money. So that's pitching it to labels, setting up sessions with artists, networking with label A&Rs and managers of artists, and building those relationships that get our writers and producers and their music connected with the people who are going to put the music out, essentially, and getting the music into those situations. So a lot of meetings as well, a lot of events, and a lot of that is social, and a lot of it is fun, but it's the job, it's networking, it's being present. Then there's loads of other stuff as well, but if we stick to the things that is about getting music made and getting music to places where it can make money. And also finding talent, that's another one, lighthearted and fun, is that we've got to find talent to sign it. Like Clem, I'd say right now, most of the things I come across and look at for signing is via word of mouth, but you've got to build a network and have a team for that. Initially, I was at gigs 6-7 days a week. I was on blogs religiously in like 2013, 14, less so now. I hear about a lot of things via writers and producers, via managers, via label A&Rs, publishing A&Rs don't really share their tips with me, obviously, but via lawyers as well. I don't know if anyone's mentioned already, but lawyers are a great asset in your network. The music business lawyers or music industry lawyers are a lot more charismatic than the property lawyers and stuff, and they do fancy themselves a bit a dab hand at A&R as well. So connect with those, and yeah, finding talent, helping the talent make songs, and trying to get the songs cut, released to make us money. In a nutshell, some of the things I spend a lot of my time on.
Awesome. I'm reminded again of the weak ties that we discussed earlier on, the kind of acquaintances rather than best mates who are of great use to you. So you've clearly got a network of trusted people. I sometimes do that when somebody says, "Oh, you should check that out," and it's because you trust that person, and maybe you've already seen the act, and you're like, "I'm not so sure if I'm going to like that." I'm not, and then they say, "Oh no, you really should," and that you have trusted acquaintances, and but you don't. So they're not your best mates. We've only got a short amount of time. She said 5 minutes, probably about 2 minutes ago. I'm going to give you like 30 seconds each to say top tip for somebody who wants to start out as producer. You've already done this. You can keep quiet. And
I'll think of
so you've
anything
each
I
got a
like.
minute on to be an artist manager, to be a booking agent, to be a publisher. What would you do now? I'll give you the floor in a minute.
I'll go back to I can't remember what we were giving tips for earlier, but I'll go back to be informed, and add in conjunction with that is add value. Whatever aspect of the business you're trying to get into, be obsessed with it, learn about it, have as much knowledge on it as you can, and that knowledge will be of value to people, whether that knowledge comes in conjunction with a skill that is going to be of value to people. So be learning, and in conjunction with that, add value. Find that initially piece of the business you want to study and master, which you probably won't master it, but that should be part of the objective. Learn about that to make yourself of value, and offer that value as much as possible everywhere you can.
Brilliant, many thanks. Minna?
nothing that you learn and experience is wasted. So if you feel like you are not going and reaching the goal that you have in mind, it doesn't really matter if that stays somewhere in the back of your mind. You will find your way if you're passionate and you love what you do. You come across opportunities. So just learn whatever you can and be adaptable. I think those would be my tips.
Well, I've talked about empathy. I think, don't need to repeat that. But yeah, I think just be a good human. I think a good human, a good human goes a long way. I think as Ben said, the added value in the room. Being an agent is sort of booking shows is not rocket science. Signing artists, convincing people those artists, are the next big thing and why they're gonna, change people's life. That's, you sort of have to really believe in that. So yeah, and then, it's a people's business, so it's about humans. It's there's a lot of things that might feel a little bit sort of corporate and stuff. It might not be your thing, but as Mina said, maybe corporate, the major label or whatever is not really your end game, but maybe this is the first door you go in to sort of do your own thing and be your own person and, and change the business your own way.
Look after yourself. Eat, sleep, and exercise.
Thank you. So I needed to hear that, to be honest.
But it's
we
true.
We do, you're right.
We sometimes run around and it's like you have to be passionate and you have to work hard, but you also have to look after yourself.
Really good.
I was going to say it's hard to be creative if you're tired, so that's why you need to look after yourself. But I think they've pretty much... we're all saying the same thing with different words, aren't we, really?
No, you're not. There is value in everything that everybody has said. There is a lot of value. And I've just given... This is a new band. It's MMCB. It's Matt, Minna, Clem and Ben. Give it up for the gang.
Thanks for listening.
They can do it like a catwalk. Keep applauding them as they're walking down. Go on. We've got one. Is this right? We've got one more little thing to do. Yeah. One more thing to talk about. We're going to switch this on. Do you want me to shift these things? Yeah, we'll have a bit of a break. Oh, we're going to have a break. Okay. So please stay where you are. Everybody was rushing everything before, so I'm kind of on rush mode. But in fact, everybody's really taking it easy now. God. Okay, stay where you are, and we'll be back in a minute. Caroline. Yeah, brilliant. And I would also add it's really expensive because of Brexit. It's really expensive if you get it right, but if you get it wrong, it's even more expensive. Okay, we're at the last little bit, and I think that there's people going on at the back there. When my lips are moving, I'm speaking. It's my bit, this. We've just got 2 or 3 minutes left, and then we're going to break and have a bit more. We're going to have people performing, which is going to be fun. Yeah, I know this has been quite a performance, I'm sure. But we have to say thank you as well to the next person, Anna, because honestly, this wouldn't happen. Ian gets all the glory, I get a little bit of it, and none of this is fair. But the person who really needs the glory is Anna, because she organises the living daylights out of all of this. I nearly swore then. But anyway, she's going to tell you about the course that we're running, and where you can do this 100% online with, if you so wish, you can attend events like this around the various music industry locations that we are privileged to be able to use through the relationships with our partners. So if you've enjoyed today and you fancy doing a little bit more, getting your learn on, then Anna's going to tell you all about that. Ladies and gentlemen, Anna Marks.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Howard. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Anna, and I'm the project manager at TheWrd. First of all, thank you so much for coming today. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. And yeah, I'm going to tell you a little bit about TheWrd from the Ivors Academy, and I'll give you a few minutes to read what's on the screen. Great. I could tell you about TheWrd all day long, but these people that we're about to see do it much better than I can. So let's just watch this brief video.
TheWrd is an education platform, pre-degree diploma in creative entrepreneurship, designed to offer music education, and it's for anybody who's 19 plus, people from all backgrounds, who has got an interest or love for music and kind of want to know what to do with that. The information that people need to choose their chosen path within many, many different career paths within music. So TheWrd brings industry leaders like Paul Eckworth, Jamie Hartman, Celeste, all these great people, and people more behind the scenes. There's no roadmap, and we're creating one.
Initiatives like this can help, people from disadvantaged backgrounds really get into the music industry.
We already have content from some of the best of the biggest artists in the world. You show them clips from all of us in the game, how we got there, give them tips, how to avoid the pitfalls, bite-sized chunks so that kids can learn in the way that they like learning. You don't have to be just a singer or a songwriter or a player. You can be a manager. Record labels and publishers and marketing people brings those together with expert educators and some really cool technology. It's so comprehensive in what it's trying to do. So we really hope it's about honestly opening people's eyes. If you complete the course, it gives you university points of Newcastle accreditation. It's educating. We believe everybody has value to give, so TheWrd is a safe, creative space for you to explore what value to the creative industries you can add, and we can help you thrive in that area.
Hello, I'm Celeste. Get TheWrd from the Ivors Academy.
Get TheWrd from the Ivors Academy.
It was an amazing day, and it was my first Ivors as well, so it was an amazing experience. So we have a access to higher education diploma in creative entrepreneurship in music, and our course is split into 8 super units, 21 units and a suite of study skills. And it ranges from personal development to how the music industry works, live music. You'll also get to do a creative project, and we have a whole unit dedicated to entrepreneurship. And our suite of study skills help you develop your skill set. So yeah, it's amazing. So what's different about TheWrd? So we bring together industry leaders, expert educators, and tech to make world-class arts education accessible to people from all walks of life. Our course ranges minimum of 1 year, maximum 2 years, 100% online, with exclusive access to workshops, events, and field trips. And we are giving 100 free scholarships. So our September intake starts on the 26th, but we also have a January intake starting on the 9th of January. So we're giving 100 free scholarships. You'll get access to leading music education, mentorship, events, and workshops. Also, unparalleled industry connections, and if you need technological, financial, and material support. So you can find us at Share the Word on Instagram and TikTok. And if you wish to apply or to even find out more about the course, TheWrd.com. If you scan the QR code, it'll take you to the application form. And if you've got any questions, DM us, email us, or simply just talk to us. So thank you so much, and also big up to Pirate Help Musicians, all our guests, and also to you guys for making it today. We're going to have a little bit of a break, so a little bit coffee, chat if you need to, and then we're going to go into small groups to talk to our guests. So I'm going to be handing some paper sheets with questions. So yeah, so have a break, have a coffee, go to the toilet, and we'll come back soon.